Ladies and gentlemen, honourable ministers, justices, it's a huge pleasure to welcome you here for this high-level roundtable guaranteeing access to information in the age of the internet. My name is James Dean. I'm your moderator for this first session. On behalf of UNESCO, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, and the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights, I'd like to welcome you to this high-level roundtable. A few housekeeping notes. Please note the event is being recorded, so it is on the record. Interpretation is available, I think, as you've probably seen, in English, Spanish, and French. There's headsets outside for those who want to. Toilets are outside. They're gender neutral, so don't get confused by the sign on the door. And with that, let's kick it off. So since 2018, the International Day of Universal Access to Information has been recognized by the UN General Assembly as a key day for promoting development, for promoting democracy and equality. UNESCO has since worked to transform this day into a platform, real platform, for global dialogue and advocacy aimed at strengthening people's rights and digital capacities to access information. Today, it is clear that access to the internet is essential for genuine freedom of expression and meaningful access to information. This year's theme, therefore, is the importance of the online space for access to information, and will focus on strengthening the rights and creating an enabling environment, including a digital one. I want to kick it off by, first of all, welcoming Professor Rama, the incoming Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Oxford, to welcome the conference to the Institute here. Professor.
I'm John Armour. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve the Oxford law community as the incoming Dean of the Faculty of Law. The Bonavero Institute for Human Rights was established through the generosity of the Bonavero family and other donors. So much has been achieved, it is hard to believe that it was opened little more than 5 years ago. Under the directorship of Professor Cato Regan, it has rapidly established itself as one of the world's leading forums for research and leadership in human rights. The Institute's purpose is to engage in and foster research and scholarship in the law of human rights across different academic disciplines in collaboration with scholars, practitioners, and members of civil society from across the world. As part of this purpose, it seeks to share knowledge about the law of human rights with the aim of improving the public understanding of human rights and of linking research to practice. This engagement with the practice of human rights is a distinguishing feature of the Bonavero and helps ground our scholarly debate in the real world, especially the world as experienced by citizens whose lives and well-being are safeguarded and improved by the protection and furtherance of human rights and of public understanding of their role and significance. Physically located here in Mansfield College, the Bonavero sits organizationally as a research institute within the Faculty of Law. As incoming Dean of the faculty, I'm about to embark with my colleagues on a conversation about our priorities for the coming years. One of the themes that I'll be highlighting is what I call embracing the changing world. The changes that technology is bringing to the way in which society functions and the interaction of these changes with the way in which governments function are very important examples of these changes. We need to understand how these changes affect the achievement of outcomes we desire as societies. We need to understand the opportunities they create to improve people's lots. We also need to understand and govern the risks that they carry that need safeguarding. We need to think about how these changes affect the balance of power in society. Online access to information greatly enables citizens to engage and understand the workings of government, subject to a very important limitation. It only does so for those who have access to the internet. A shift toward online provision thereby opens up a digital divide between those who are and are not able to access the web. And this has the propensity to entrench existing inequality or create new inequalities. How these questions are answered are objects of research, but they're also very much questions for practice. For our own practice here in Oxford in teaching and communicating understanding, and for the practice of society in engaging with and devising solutions to these challenges. Today's conference is an important conversation about these issues, about the changes brought by technology to the possibilities for society, about the changes in governance, and about how best we can capture the benefits from this. It's an opportunity for engagement between those in universities and those in government practice, NGOs and international organizations about how best to ensure that the benefits outweigh the risks. We are enormously grateful to our partners in organizing this event, UNESCO and the FCDO, for making this possible, and to you all for being here today. I know many of you have traveled very far to be here. This is such an important conversation. The most valuable thing I can do at this point is to step aside and let you begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rama. Now I'd like to introduce Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, the Minister of State for the Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, Commonwealth, and the United Nations, to give his welcoming address to the conference.
Well, thank you, James, and good morning, everyone. You know, it's odd being back at university because normally I would be where you were sitting. It just shows how age catches up with you and times change. There was this theory, was there not, when we were, for those who went to university, that the people who sat in the front row were normally the ones who secured the first. The people in the sort of middle section were the 2-1s, and the people at the back were the 2-2s who had a life outside academia and studied and enjoyed their university life as much as the academic side. I'm sure that's not the case for today's audience, but you are all most welcome here, and I'm delighted amongst the many areas that I look after within the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. I'm also importantly the Minister for Human Rights. And I was reflecting on that as the professor welcomed us to the college here about the Bonavero Institute. And it's one of those rare occasions when you get to the age that I'm at, that this institute, having been established 5 years, is younger than my time in office as a foreign minister. So it actually begins to think, am I that old? You know, we're an institute. It has a shorter tenure than my own. But in all seriousness, this is a very important juncture for all of us. And as James briefly said in his introductory remarks during the course of today, it's also about hearing from each other, getting insights and learning from each other. And I'm extremely grateful for the collaboration that we've established with UNESCO. Tawfik, you and I have worked on this agenda for a very long time, and it's great that you've traveled here. But to all those who had travel challenges as well, the professor, in his attempts to get to Oxford, has had quite a variation. You would think getting from Paris to Oxford is a simple task. As he was relaying his travel journey, it was not the case. But nevertheless, we're delighted that he joins us today. And this partnership with UNESCO is certainly something which we, within the British government, value immensely. And it's wonderful to see, as we look around the room this morning, to see many advocates, whether it's in the advocacy space, in the legal space, or in the digital space, standing up human rights defenders, those within the media world, to see advocates for media freedom, digital connectivity, and human rights, and sustainable development, and so much more. And indeed, that was a real focus of the UN High-Level Week last week, which I attended along with Tawfik as well, where many, and we were discussing just now before we came into the room, that was a record number of sort of attendance at a highest level. But it also reflects the importance about connectivity. Indeed, as I walked in, one of our, and it's good to see him in person, I'm sure over the COVID challenge that we all face, many of us established relationships which were digital based, and that was true of government. Those first meetings that we had within your own study, living room, bedroom, or wherever else you found the space to conduct your daily lives. I remember mine. My first such meeting was a UN Security Council meeting, where we were being connected virtually with the then Foreign Minister of Germany chairing the session. And you try and do your best, don't you? And I'm sure we all have our experiences of the COVID lockdown and how digital transform our lives. I mean, I didn't know, frankly, what Zoom or how to use it. Microsoft Teams thought was there something, and it's probably a team that works for Microsoft. But what I'm saying is our whole vocabulary changed. And I remember that first meeting where I'd sort of told all of our 3 children, Daddy's got a UN and very important meeting in the study. So whatever you do at 4 p.m., do not enter the room. Of course, the major omission in all of that, I didn't tell the esteemed Lady Ahmad of Wimbledon. And just as they gave a rather grand entrance to my title and I was unmuted at the UN Security Council, Sadiqa, my wife, walked in. And the first things all members of the Security Council heard was, Tariq, how many times have I told you not to put the mass book in that? And then she suddenly realized that there was a stony silence as I was staring at a screen. Lady Ahmad's ducking capabilities were well in evidence, but it was captured. But nevertheless, those were all insights, experiences of the digital world we live in today. But therefore, it's a very timely moment to look on the challenges we're facing at this time. Again, a brief conversation we were having about how many people will be taking part in elections. And one of our key themes of today's discussions, again, is democracy. Democracy and the digital impact on democracy. We've got a record number of national elections. I think we were talking circa 70, 80 national and regional elections. And when I look around the world, including our own, 2024, there'll be an election in the oldest democracy, the United Kingdom. There will be an election in the biggest democracy, India. And of course, when we look at arguably one of the most powerful democracies, or if not the most powerful democracy, the USA. And again, our conference, therefore, is very timely because all citizens want to participate. We want to see elections which are free, and free in terms of your ability to access, free, importantly, of interference. And those results are both transparent and trustworthy. The internet, of course, has a very powerful role to play here, enabling people to support democracy and development. And the internet's been revolutionary. I remember I was a banker before joining politics. My early days in NatWest, when you got that first internet machine, not everyone had internet on their computers. You had those modems. You remember, some of you who are of my age will remember that ding, 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 you know, as you waited for the whole thing. I mean, literally, it was waiting for things to dial up before you connected. That is no longer, as we've seen, from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G. It continues to be. Everyone wants things delivered here and now, faster. Technology is an enabler. But at the same time, it's proving an immense challenge to many of us as well. And indeed, governments wrestle with this. How do we actually make sure that internet is safe and secure, at the same time making sure it is open and that it provides the opportunities to people, all people of whatever age, to ensure they can access that information? What about younger people? I argue, and I say it without embarrassment, that my children are far more savvy at using technology than I am. And it's incredible, you know, and we're not talking just the teens. We're talking, well, my youngest is only 9. But the way he can navigate certain things is quite phenomenal. And why? Because that whole world has changed. That whole space has changed. I often get asked by young Faris that, Daddy, in the olden age when you were a child, did they have mobile phones? But it's an interesting reflection. There was just as I was coming in this morning on the radio, on Radio 4, there was a discussion taking place on music. Now, when I was younger, as one of the commentators was also saying, the reporters on Radio 4 this morning, when a new album came out from a particular group you followed, etc., it was a whole exercise. You sort of had to go out the house, especially if you wanted some of those early editions of the albums. You know, go to HMV, or there was a store called Our Price, which was here, and you lined up to get your favorite album. Then you'd listen to the whole vinyl before you got to the point. Now, you know, from Spotify to other inventions and through Siri and the technology that enables us, you can literally on a second say, I want this song at this time from this area. And there was a great debate, and it's interesting because within the field of democracy, the same debate in the field of human rights, the same debate rages about the benefits, but also the challenges and indeed the threats. Gone are the days perhaps where you actually were much more into relaxing to music, and now you want to get to your favorite track as quickly as possible. So the whole issue of navigation is something that impacts all aspects of our life. But within the area of democracy and human rights, we as the United Kingdom believe that it's very important to also prevent democracy from being curbed, freedoms from being curbed. And that's why during the course of today, we'll be talking about important issues of internet shutdowns to ensure that new technologies are truly harnessed as a force for good, not for suppressing rights and freedoms. We're therefore working within the G7 on our Freedom Online Coalition with about 38 countries and through other media forums as well about Access Now, Global Networks Initiative. And it's good, therefore, to see so many countries represented with so many partners. And that's why the UK is at the forefront of efforts to support media freedom. But, you know, we don't have the answers as government. I often say that as governments, we're still playing catch up in many ways to actually balance out those issues of freedom and liberty and democracy and defense of human rights with the importance of having a secure and safe digital world. Together with Canada, we co-founded the Media Freedom Coalition in 2019, which I hope to expand upon later today. But we are taking robust action within that area, where we've called out countries like Russia, we've called out Sudan, Iran, and Afghanistan for not just internet shutdown, but the fundamental denial of human rights. We're also spearheading work through the coalition to improve the effectiveness of global media development and support journalists as well. And in this regard, the UK has again worked with UNESCO and committed over £3 million in 5 years to the Global Media Defence Fund, which helps journalists in the front line, often at risk to their own lives. We've seen close to 90 journalists in 2022 lose their lives for what? Doing their job, reporting. Yet again, digital has transformed the way people report. Individual citizens have become journalists in their own right. Of course, I cannot end my remarks this morning without something which has really gripped us for the last year and more, which is, of course, Russia's relentless attack on Ukraine, which is affecting its sovereignty, its democracy, accompanied by disinformation and lies. And I hope during the course of our discussions, we'll be able to think about how we deal with that important issue of disinformation, misinformation as well. So together, as we stand together with all those people around the world where democracy is suppressed, as we stand with the people of Ukraine and the ordinary citizens of Afghanistan and so many more, it's through getting this kind of group together, specialists, advocates, human rights defenders, digital specialists, governments, the UN, international agencies, consultants, insights and experience are being shared, and that is fundamental. And I know all of us share the common theme about standing up in that digital space as a force for good, finding new ways to speak up, to speak out against those who seek to undermine these spaces. And therefore, in welcoming you all here again to Oxford, it's a pleasure to be involved with such an event. And I hope in the weeks and the months ahead, this particular event will act as a real beacon and transformational in terms of some of the outputs it provides. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lord Ahmad. And now we have a statement from Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO, and this will be read by Dr. Tawfik Jelassi, the Assistant Director General for Communication Information at UNESCO.
Thank you, James. Good morning, Excellencies, Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, Professor John Armour, incoming Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Oxford, Professor Kate O'Regan, Director of the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights here at Oxford. It's a tough act to follow Lord Ahmad. He gave a very substantial opening remarks in a very eloquent way. So let me say first that I speak few languages, but all of them with a foreign accent, including my mother tongue. This is true. Number two, as Lord Ahmad mentioned, I arrived in the middle of the night, so I am not freshest to deliver an opening address. But let me make a few remarks. First of all, we are very happy being here at the University of Oxford, at the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights, to have this global celebration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information. This International Day is a UN, United Nations proclaimed celebration, but we do have also in more than 40 countries today, national celebrations as well. It's very important for us at UNESCO because it's part of our international advocacy effort. We want to create or increase awareness about the importance to accessing information, including in digital spaces, which is, as you know, the theme of today's conference. We had an interesting description by Lord Ahmad of the evolution of technology. And yes, I do remember those models. I do remember how difficult it was to connect. And then I may be surprising some of you. The first programming language I used when I was a computer science engineering student, I should say, it was the binary language. Do you know how to program computers only using zeros and ones? These are not assembly languages. Assembly languages in comparison look very easy to use because you use English-like words. Add, subtract, divide, store, delete, it's easy. But if you have equivalent zeros and ones and thousands of lines of code, good luck to find the error in that program. So that's, again, how things have started. Today, we have, of course, almost natural language programming languages. And before the meeting, we are talking about artificial intelligence and generative AI and their impact on the world of education. UNESCO just released 2 weeks ago its report on the impact of generative AI on learning and teaching. This is today the frontier of technology and digital developments. But also, what is the impact of that on elections, on providing content to people, especially on the eve of this super election year, which Lord Ahmad referred to? Yes, there will be 2.5 billion voters going to cast their ballot next year. And Lord Ahmad mentioned some of the largest or oldest democracies of the world where national elections will take place. What is the impact of misinformation and disinformation on the integrity of electoral processes, on trying to influence undecided voters? So just to quote a statement I heard this morning before this opening, is the internet today an ally? Is it an enabler? It is a tool to help us provide unfettered information to all, to hopefully close to some extent the digital divide, the information divide, the knowledge divide, or has the internet become an adversary or an enemy? Again, I'm just quoting our colleague here, but of course, in his speech and in our discussions, we'll come back to this issue. Of course, we want the internet to be a force for good. Of course, we want the internet to create value for all. We want the internet to be an effective way to digitally transform how we teach, how we learn, how we go about government services to citizens, how we make elections easy for people, but in a transparent, reliable way. So, of course, we want fact-checked data and we want objective information reporting. What is the impact of generative AI on journalism, on reporting? Many big questions ahead of us. As I said, we want information to be a common public good. We don't want information to become a public hazard nor a public harm. And this is at the heart of an initiative that UNESCO took a year ago. We call this initiative Towards an Internet of Trust. An internet where we can trust the information that we come across. an internet that is free of disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, conspiracy theory, cyberbullying, online harassment, and the like. So we have engaged through an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach for a year now to develop a global guidelines for regulating digital platforms while safeguarding free speech online. When I use the word regulating digital platforms, it's not in the sense of censorship. That's why I added while safeguarding free speech online. And you want on those digital platforms, on social media, information to be a public good, and not, again, as I said, the public harm that you have been seeing. How many more suicides, homicides, genocides shall we see before we act? I don't want to mention countries. I don't want to mention third parties, but we have proof, we have evidence how the digital platforms and the digital spaces have been misused, manipulated, instrumentalized to cause harm to individuals, to organizations, and to societies. So, of course, it's very important to safeguard, secure, free, reliable, safe online space for information dissemination. It's pivotal to ensure that every individual anywhere in the world has the capacity to seek, receive, and share information and build on that information to create value that is meaningful for individuals and communities. We need also to ensure that this content is truly multilingual. Linguistic diversity and multilingualism online is key. We recently developed at UNESCO the World Atlas of Languages, which is a repository of over 8,000 languages available in the world. How many of these can we find online? 120 out of 8,000. Well, if a person does not speak one of these languages available today online, how can we bridge the digital divide or the linguistic divide online? So this is another major issue. Another major issue, the skill set. Are we making the users of the digital space media and information literate? We are not. We haven't. And that's why some of the receivers of information online, they don't necessarily check the source of that information, but what they do quite often, they share that information, becoming themselves amplifiers of disinformation and misinformation. Why? Because as it was mentioned, today it's a race towards creating a buzz. We don't have the editorial rooms that used to exist in the print media. When an information is there, even unchecked, the providers rush to put it online to create the buzz, to get the attention. Because the more attention, the more clicks, the more online advertising, the more revenues, the more profit. So we see, unfortunately, how disinformation can be at the heart of a business model of at least some of the technology companies. So this is a major challenge that we face today, but that's why we have to empower users of online information with a critical mindset and with this media and information literacy that I refer to. This is a major new priority for UNESCO. And we created a new entity at UNESCO in charge of media, information literacy, and digital skills, because the two go hand in hand. Let me stop here because this was meant to be a short opening remarks, not more than that. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to fruitful discussions and deliberations throughout the day, and hopefully to some recommendations for actions that we can take forward, and maybe a tacit Oxford call or declaration, how to make the online space part of our democratic system, a pillar of human rights, because without information access, we are not enabling other human rights, and we are not, of course, serving that noble cause. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Jelassi. Before we get into our first panel, we're just going to show a welcome video, an introductory video to the conference.
In the heart of Oxford, a city steeped in knowledge, we celebrate a day that resonates deeply with our commitment to universal access to information. The International Day for Universal Access to Information 2023 highlights the importance of online space in our quest for knowledge and development. The online space is where we increasingly access information, connecting with the world in real time.
Today, democracies everywhere rely on the internet to ensure the free flow of information. When that flow is restricted, we can't exercise our rights and engage democratically. That's why the UK is committed to ensuring that online space remains free, open, peaceful and secure.
Access to the internet plays a pivotal role in delivering universal access to information. Since 2017, International Day for Universal Access to Information conveys a message that access to information, including through the internet, strengthens human rights and public trust.
It's good for the good governance, so that the governance is still working well.
Access to information gives citizens access to justice, to claim what is rightfully theirs.
Access to information is a fundamental human right.
It's not only essential for freedom of expression, but also central to education, freedom of association, participation in social, cultural and political life, health and economic development. The Sustainable Development Goals reinforce the obligations of states to work towards guaranteeing public access to information. Universal, accessible internet is pivotal in achieving these goals. In the Agenda 2030, the world has pledged to enhance the use of enabling technology promoting the empowerment of women. Access to the internet in today's digital world is crucial for access to information. Internet shutdowns go against this development logic and hinder the realization of human rights. As we mark the International Day for Universal Access to Information on the 28th of September, let us reaffirm our commitment to a world where information flows freely, empowering us all. Join us in celebrating the importance of the online space for access to information. Together, we can build a more informed, empowered and connected world.
So let's get straight into the panel and the discussion. And the first panel on guaranteeing access to information in the age of the internet. And we talked there already in the paper about the growing number of internet shutdowns, which provides quite a lot of a context for this discussion. So let me just introduce the panel. First of all, we've already heard from Mr Tawfik Jelassi, from the Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO, and from Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, the Minister of State for Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, Commonwealth, United Nations, and Human Rights, which I did not mention. On my left, we have Joe Powell, known to many of you, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Open Government Partnership. And then we have Kate O'Regan, the Director of the Bonavero Institute of the University of Oxford, and John Edwards, the UK Information Commissioner. Welcome, everyone. So we're going to have this a discussion for about an hour, and we're going to try and get to some of the guts of this issue. And let me start with you, Dr. Jelassi. You talked a lot about the opportunities, you talked about some of the challenges. Can you expand a bit more on just scene set for us, this conversation, in terms of the challenges we're confronted for here, in terms of development, in terms of human rights, and particularly the right to information in our discussion of internet disruptions?
Thank you very much, James. Yes, the opportunities and the challenges of the online space. When I was Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Technology, I had the opportunity to make a field visit to a tiny village in my home country, Tunisia. For me, that was my most memorable day in government. Why? Because the purpose of that visit was to connect that village to the internet. These are people who never had fixed line internet, nor mobile internet, nor TV broadcasting. I quote, some of them said, we felt all the way like second-class citizens. Now that we are connected, we feel part of the country. And my colleague here Judge Laswad knows Burj Al Khadra, this village, tiny village at the extreme south of Tunisia, very much at the border point between Tunisia, Libya, and Algeria. I saw the youth crying because in their school, when they connected the first time, they saw Wikipedia. They did a Google search. They saw what the internet meant the first time in their lives. The elderly as well. It was a big day for them. We have technology in our community. I don't know how many of you experienced this. For me, it was my most memorable day in government when I saw the joy and the cries in the face of the people because of internet connectivity. So those who were information rich before and information poor, the connected and the non-connected, the digital divide in a way. And with the digital divide, it's not only about digital connectivity. As I said before, it's about information divide. It's about the knowledge divide. Lord Ahmed mentioned COVID. How did this village continue educating the youth when they had no internet connectivity? Of course, for a couple of years, they were deprived from learning and from schooling. So it's a whole set of consequences that happen. This is a major opportunity today. And unfortunately, we know there are still 2.6 billion people in the world not connected to the internet. This is statistic from last week, United Nations meetings. 2.6 billion people in the world do not have internet connectivity today. That's about 1/3 of the world's population. So a big challenge. But of course, it's not only the bits and the bytes and the software and the hardware and the network. Then comes the information and the content, which is the focus of our conference here. If you have the digital connectivity, then what type of content can we provide to those people? As I said, to avoid the harmful side, to avoid the public hazard that misinformation creates. In 2020, in June 2020, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, came up with his roadmap for digital cooperation. And he called in that roadmap for collective responsibility to connect the unconnected, to protect the vulnerable in society, the marginalized communities and the minority groups, and to uphold, of course, human rights in the digital era. We are back to that. When I said briefly in this video, access to information is a human right. How can we continue depriving 2.6 billion people worldwide from that fundamental human right that enables other human rights? Education is a human right. But if you have no access to information, how can you educate? So again, as the theme of our World Press Freedom Conference of UNESCO last May at the UN headquarters in New York, we said that freedom, access to information and freedom of expression is a human right that enables other human rights. And I think it should be seen that way. Now, Lord Ahmed mentioned internet shutdowns, which happen in many places all over the world. I think we should shed some light on this phenomenon. I think we should discuss the adverse effects on a range of human rights of internet shutdowns. And we know that these internet shutdowns may accelerate in the upcoming super election year. So again, if there is internet shutdown, there is no access to information. And sometimes we are depriving people from life-saving information. And I don't think I'm exaggerating here. So that information could be sometimes a matter of life or death in some crisis situations, in some conflict situations. Lord Ahmed mentioned the war that has been going on in Europe, but in other places around the world. We think of Yemen, we think of Sudan, we think of Afghanistan, of course, of Ukraine. There are many parts of the world where depriving people from information could be a matter of life or death, because that information can carry also health-related information, in addition to safety-related information. So this is, I think, an important point. Let me here quote a report from the UN Human Rights Office, a recent report, which revealed that at least 27 of the 46 least developed countries implemented internet shutdowns between 2016 and 2021, despite the fact that these countries have been receiving support to improve digital connectivity. Helping some governments, some countries to improve digital connectivities. And what do the authorities do? They resort quite often to internet shutdowns. The adverse objective or the opposite objective to the whole action. So again, this report provides a lot of details about this matter. I just wanted to single out this alarming statistic, and we need to do something about it. So what can we do to counter internet shutdowns and connectivity disruptions? Obviously, we need to combat them through advocacy, but also through some concerted effort, because at the end of the day, we are protecting human rights by promoting internet freedom. I think there is a strong correlation between the two, as there is a strong correlation between freedom of speech and freedom of expression and economic development. And this was established by the World Bank. It's not UNESCO claiming this, but the World Bank has established a positive correlation between freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and economic development, which is, of course, the subject of any government, any authority, to look after the socioeconomic development of their communities. So raising awareness, but this is a collective effort, not only governments, but of course, civil society organizations, also, of course, human rights defenders, of course, academia, research institutions, media outlets, education institutions. We have, of course, to mobilize, to join hands. We have to mobilize support to protect digital rights, including online. And we need to enhance the monitoring of these internet shutdowns. And UNESCO is ready to lead this effort on a global scale to monitor internet shutdowns, because by monitoring them, we can then put the finger on cases that require concerted, collective effort in order to improve, of course, access to information and to create more resilient social and economic environment in those regions. Another decision that may be worth considering is having an independent judiciary. We believe this is vital because this can act as a counter power to national authorities that may resort quite often to internet shutdowns. I think a judiciary that would also take its responsibility to make authorities accountable for deliberate internet shutdowns, which we know happen quite often. We welcome in this conference 15 judges representing Supreme Courts, but also constitutional and regional human rights courts. They are here today and they will be with us for tomorrow's event, which will celebrate the 10 years anniversary of the UNESCO initiative called the Judges Initiative, through which we have been trying to promote freedom of speech standards regionally and globally. We have to date had 35,000 judges, public prosecutors participating in the UNESCO Judges Initiative program. So we very much welcome the judges coming from different parts of the world being with us today. Clearly, no access to the internet means no access to information, as simply put as that. And clearly, the judges, but also the information commissioners with us here from different parts of the world, obviously the information commissioners are mandated by access to information laws to ensure access to information. And that's why they are called the information commissioners. Let me stop here. I hope that I addressed some of the issues related to your question, James.
We may well come back to some of these in just a moment. And I'm keen to open it up to the rest of the panel, but just briefly, Lord Ahmad, if you could talk a bit more about, we heard already about some of the damaging effects of internet shutdowns. Could you expand a bit on that and what the UK's position on this is?
First of all, one of the things you learn as a minister is you declare an interest right at the start of any comments you're about to make. So I put my hand up and I ask an almost rhetorical question. Just for a moment, reflect. Have you ever been responsible for an internet shutdown? I won't pause too long in the interest of times. I have. I referred earlier, I've got 3 kids between 10 and 20. And I assure you, we indulge in internet shutdowns quite regularly in the Ahmad household. But what does that do? And again, I ask you to just reflect on that, because the best way to understand or comprehend the nature of what an internet shutdown is here we are, we're sitting in the beautiful city of Oxford. We're sitting in what hopes is, you would all recognize who are visiting guests, the oldest democracy, but one that prides itself on freedoms, liberty, openness. But at the same time, for a moment, if you lost your internet connection, it wasn't shut down, I assure you, by the British government in a draconian act of suppressing freedom and open debate, but it was lost for a moment. What do? We go to nth degrees to try and restore that, because you would lose your information, you would lose your communication, you would lose your connectivity, be it professionally or personally. You would use your information flows, that BBC news breaking that comes onto our phones, and so much more. That one device provides you with so much information. It's a camera, you record things, you remind yourself of things. It is something that really contains all aspects and all dimensions of your life. And that is here. So I then put forward that question, if it was to shut down, not for a minute or two, but for the next hour, I'm sure some of you, at least as a minimum, would shift somewhat uncomfortably, because you're not living the world which is your reality today. Put that in the context of what Tawfik talked about, was those villages. I'm delighted we're joined by Minister from Ghana. Minister, you're most welcome, Minister Nkuvi. And I've seen in Ghana some of the connectivity issues about how you're actually looking at different areas. So it'd be great to hear from you. But at the same time, if you are those people who rely on information for your health, internet connections for your education, internet connections for your daily lives. I accompanied their Majesties, King Charles and Queen Camilla, and when they were Prince and Princess of Wales, to Cuba. It was an interesting visit that I had the honor of accompanying them with. And apart from the protocol issues where the average Cuban citizen wasn't quite sure how to deal with royalty arriving on their doorstep, it was very relaxed as well. But there was one moment that stuck in my mind. We went to a young entrepreneurs conference, and everyone was excited. Why? Because these young creative minds had suddenly had unleashed on them 2G. This was 3 years ago. So imagine it. If some of us forget the internet shutdown, went from the 5G to the 4 to the 3 to the 2, we wouldn't be happy yet. With 2G, it was opening up a new life of economic progress and development. Therefore, within the fundamentals, there are huge opportunities that the internet provides, whether it's personal, whether it's professional, whether it's national, whether it's international, and the connectivity it provides in providing solutions for education, for health, for social mobility, for economic progress and mobility as well. Yet, too often in the world on internet shutdowns, it does happen. Soon as there's an issue, even in democracies, the internet is shut down as a means of stopping that information flow. Why? Because I would argue that the citizen, the average citizen, is more empowered in 2023 than at any time in their history. And why? Because of information flow, which comes through directly to them. And I think that is an important part of our discussion. Of course, governments act, and we're acting in coalition with others, but part of this conference is to see how we can make that more cohesive, not just government to government, businesses, academics, insights from the media, from the journalists, but also human rights defenders, because it's only collectively when we have a discussion that we'll be able to identify what the implications are, both in terms of opportunities and challenges, but also what are the mitigations we can put in place, but also how we can get those who still take what I would argue a very regressive view to internet shutdowns, i.e. that's the first tool which is exercised, and actually saying how that can actually be used as a medium to empower citizens further.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Ahmad. I'm conscious we've only heard from men so far, and I'm going to shake up the order a bit here, if that's all right. And across the day, it's actually relatively gender balanced, but this panel I know is not. And I'm also conscious that I did not recognize our fantastic rapporteur, Anjali Sharma, from the National Campaign for People's Right to Information, who's acting as a rapporteur today. So apologies for that. But I wanted to come to you, Dr. O'Regan. Dr. Kate O'Regan is the director of the Bonavero Institute for Human Rights. She's a former South African Constitutional Court judge. She practiced as a lawyer in Joburg during the mid-80s. She specialized in various fields and represented communities facing eviction under apartheid land laws. And she served on several NGO boards, and I know as a trustee also of the Facebook Oversight Board. Dr. O'Regan, we've heard some of the challenges here. There's also been quite a lot of movement in terms of integrating over the past years, constitutions entrenching the right to information as a constitutional right. How are you seeing that? How is that really having an effect? Has it really made a difference?
Yes, I mean, I think it's important when we're thinking about the problems we're facing today to look back and realize that even if we looked 30 years ago, the right of access to information was scarcely recognized anywhere in the world. And to realize that the progress we've achieved has been progress on a range of fronts in a simultaneous way. So it's interesting to look at how the constitutional right of access to information came about, which was largely in the third wave of democratization and largely in the countries of the global South and Central and Eastern Europe, very much in response to authoritarianism and the idea that one wanted to put into your constitution right of access to information. That largely predated the rethinking of what Article 19 under the Universal Declaration and the International Covenant meant. Article 19 and in both documents does contain in freedom of expression a recognition that the right to seek, impart, and receive information is part of expression. But really, until the late 1990s, very little had been done about that to assert that that was anything more than a negative right. In other words, that it imposed a positive obligation upon states. So the reason I mention this simultaneous development between constitutional law, legislation, as here in the United Kingdom and the United States, legislation protecting access to information, and international law, is it's an illustration, I think, of how we have to be looking to address the problems relating to the internet now. It's unlikely that we can solve this problem at one level alone. And that's why I think we've got a particularly good gathering of people here today, from policymakers, politicians, international lawyers, judges from domestic jurisdictions. We're going to need a combined effort to address the problems that we face.
And we're talking about a context here, just to follow up on that quickly now, is of growing internet shutdowns, growing authoritarianism, which will get, and autocratic power around the world. Is it enough to entrench these in constitutions? I mean, clearly it never is enough, and there's a lot, exactly what you're talking about. It's actually about the constitutional, the legal implementation of these issues, but these issues of power. And in the context of power, how resilient is everything that's been achieved over the last 30 years to growing autocratic power around the world?
Yeah, well, exactly. And I mean, I think what we're seeing in the light of the increasing growth of in internet shutdowns, enclosure of aspects of the internet, you know, the ways in which the internet is controlled is very varied. It's not enough. And I think, you know, the other big part of this is small p politics, civil society pressure, recognizing what's happening, and then using the tools that these various legal systems make available, but also using the tools of politics. We're not going to address this. This is not a simple problem. I mean, I'm afraid I still, or I'm not afraid, I'm sure that I still believe that the internet is an extraordinary tool for information, for democracy, but like all tools, it can be put to bad use. And we should recognize that, and that needs regulation, that needs civil society alertness, engagement, and I think we're seeing that. And again, I think that's represented in this room. But we shouldn't be. I don't think we should be overly optimistic that this is going to be a short battle. This is going to be a long battle, I'm sure.
We may well come back to this. Let me come to Joe Powell, who's the Deputy Chief CEO of the Open Government Partnership. And OGP, as many of you will know, has been building an amazing coalition of governments and civil society using the Open Government Partnership as a platform to push for more open, transparent, participatory and responsive government. It's increasingly focused on advancing reforms related to Sustainable Development Goal 16, such as access to justice, access to information, anti-corruption, ensuring citizens have a voice in government decisions. So you've got 75 members, Jeff. So you've got pretty good vantage point of looking at actually what's happening across a lot of governments struggling with these issues. What do we know about the technology risks, and how can open government principles support access to information in 2023? And how do you also balance these kind of issues that Kate was talking about?
Yeah, I think I was reflecting as Kate spoke, because the Open Government Partnership was founded in 2011, by President Obama. It's just after the Arab Spring. If you read our kind of founding documents, it's very much technology is going to be a great enabler for democratic renewal, and it's going to empower citizens to have greater oversight of their governments, better access to public services, and so on and so forth. And in lots of pockets that has happened, but it's quite sobering that in the 12 years that we've existed, 11 of them have been years in which the number of democracies have declined globally. And we've seen this increasing attack on civic space, on civil society, on free media, free judiciary, and so on. So, of course, these two things are very much connected. And I guess my kind of reflection of working with OGP, with lots of you in this room for the last 12 years, is a couple of things. One is, we obviously can't, as Kate said, you can't forget the laws and regulations themselves. So it's great that we have so many access to information laws on the books. We want to see more of them. I think, there's one in the Zambian parliament at the moment. I'm sure Toby can tell us many other examples that are currently going through. But the implementation of those laws is still very mixed, and that's both the vulnerability you could see in COVID. So 1 in 5 access to information laws were suspended during the pandemic. But also, if we look at OGP countries, so the 75 countries that voluntarily joined OGP, who you would expect to be leaders on this topic, about half of them publish no information at all on the number of requests they get, how they process those requests, exemptions, reasons why there are exemptions. And that's not just countries that shut down the internet. That's all countries, including advanced democracies. So I think, firstly, I would just say we still need to focus on implementing these laws effectively and well, because there's some, as you said, Tawfik, these are the scaffolding on which other rights are built. So you've got to get that scaffolding strong and implement it well. So that's kind of one reflection. The other one is on some of these emerging standards that are still very much for debate. Now, this may seem like an odd example, but especially since the invasion of Ukraine, there's been a much greater focus on dirty money, money laundering, corruption, including in the City of London, but in many of other places as well. And there was a decision by the European Court of Human Rights to take down information that the European Parliament had said that EU countries should publish on the true owners of companies. And the European Court of Human Rights said this was potentially contravening privacy, right? So I think there are still contested standards and norms that we need to fight for to ensure that rights such as privacy are not subverted in a way that actually can be counter to the access to information that in this case would be incredibly helpful in combating organized crime, money laundering, and so on. So I think as a community, we need to make sure that we also kind of push further than the access to information laws themselves into these sectors like corruption and so on, that we know people really care about. And finally, on digital, again, from our side, digital governance, obviously, we don't want that space to be only the policy making in that space to be only done by governments and tech companies. So if we don't have civil society at the table making digital governance policy, that policy will be less ambitious and less well implemented. And we've got plenty of evidence of how involving civil society improves co-creation and implementation of different open government reforms. So it's really important when we have things like this AI summit coming up, which is great, the UK government are hosting, the Oversight Board, other places where these things have been thrashed out, that civil society has a voice, and that what we hope that would lead to is things like properly integrating human rights impact assessments, ensuring we have proper registers of algorithms, and the code is open and transparent for people to be able to see and have redress when those decisions need to be appealed. But at the moment, that isn't quite happening. So I'd say my third reflection from an open government perspective is we have to have civil society at the table in actually forming these new tech kind of governance policies, because if that doesn't happen, then we go down a road that we in the end will result in worse policy overall for governments, but also will lead to more of the types of things the other speakers have spoken about.
So we've heard about the sorry, is the microphone working? Do we need
I have a feeling we have to use this one up.
do we need to move this one? It's loud enough. Okay. So we've heard about the role of government. We've heard about the role of the legal system and constitutions of judges and the judiciary and of civil society. Let's talk about regulation. John Edwards is the UK Information Commissioner. He began his role as UK Information Commissioner in 2022, before he spent 8 years as New Zealand Privacy Commissioner, and before that worked as a barrister. So from what's happening here in the UK, we talked a lot about least developed countries. These challenges are happening here too. What are the main challenges you're seeing on regulation in the digital world, and what's your whole take on this?
Thank you. This microphone's working?
I think it's working in this room, but it's not working online.
Okay, so if we use both. Thank you for the question, and thank you to the speakers, Minister, and my distinguished co-panelists. I come from a jurisdiction, New Zealand, which has had freedom of information legislation since 1982, and I've practiced in this field since first joining the Review Authority in New Zealand in 1989, and it's my great honour and privilege to be the Information Commissioner of the United Kingdom, in which I have two jurisdictions. One is over the freedom of information and reviewing decisions of public authorities when requests are made. The second is under the UK GDPR, so the privacy, and we're seeing very much the kind of tensions that Joe mentioned. The beauty of a principles-based access to information law, such as we enjoy in the United Kingdom, is that it is technology neutral. It has been able to cope with the technological changes. There are strains. What we have seen with the move to digital is a proliferation of information and an ease of requesting that information, which is extremely administratively burdensome. Now, we have seen some organizations taking steps to make more efficient the access to information, and we welcome those. So we see online portals, for example, by which people can make requests. We see civil society creating tools such as What Do They Know, which enables people to make requests very efficiently using the digital technologies. And while we welcome those, it's really important for us to recognize some of the limitations which the Minister pointed out, that there is a digital divide, that these technologies are not equally accessible by everyone in the community. So it is very important for public authorities to maintain manual, analog ways for people to access the information they need to participate in society, to engage in transparent government, and to hold their public authorities accountable. These are fundamental rights. It's an odd world that in this conversation, and even my own staff, when they prepped me for this meeting, we differentiate between this general right of access to information, the kind of Article 19 right that is recognized as fundamental to ensuring the effective operation of democratic systems. There is another right, which is that of individual citizens, which we call under data protection laws subject access rights. And I think it was, I can't remember which of our speakers talked about the right of access being fundamental to accessing other, to enjoying other rights in society. And the subject access right is utterly fundamental. If you don't know what they have about you, you can't access remedies for things that have gone wrong. You may not even know what has gone wrong. So the subject access right is extremely important. The digital world does bring some challenges, and I mentioned the kind of digital first philosophy, which can impose obstacles to people accessing these rights. We've actually created a portal at the ICO for people to exercise their subject access rights. So they can fire out requests to their controllers. The request that goes to them gives them information so that they can efficiently deal with it. So they have information right there with the request about what's expected of them. So the assistive technology is really important. We shouldn't sort of just focus on the barriers. One phenomena which I am very concerned about is the propensity for information held in a digital form to reveal more than is intended. And we saw a few weeks ago a public authority in Northern Ireland, the PSNI, Public Police Service of Northern Ireland, upload to a public-facing website a spreadsheet which inadvertently contained the names and work locations of 10,000 members of that police service, putting their lives at risk. A really egregious breach, which I think really highlights the tension that Joe touched on between access to information and the need to protect and secure that which ought not to be in the public domain. And in response to that, in my joint capacity under the Freedom of Information and Data Protection laws, I've issued today to public authorities what I've called a moratorium, which I have no legal authority to issue, but really a plea, a plea to not upload spreadsheets. They are an insecure method. So the plea is to not upload original source Excel spreadsheets to public-facing websites because of the data that can and is often concealed behind that front page tab that is concealed within a pivot table that is not immediately accessible. And you know, we have guidance at our office at ico.org.uk to show public authorities how they can safely meet their transparency obligations through these digital means without imperiling others in their community who are entitled to have their personal data kept securely. I probably should pause there. Thank you.
Just very quickly, just to we heard this amazing figure actually, which I sort of half knew, but you can't hear me. No. You heard this amazing figure of 2.6 billion people in the world still not having access to the internet, still not having access to the internet around the world. You talked a bit about this, but are you effectively now equating access to the internet to access to information? Is that a requirement now for people to get access to information? And just, I know you're not, but just talk a bit more about that.
Thank you.
And its relevance perhaps beyond the UK.
Yes.
That one's working.
Thank you. I am conscious of sort of staying in my lane a bit and not talking about jurisdictions for which I'm not responsible. So I will limit my comments to the UK. But no, I'm really saying quite the opposite. Access to information should not be defined by access to the internet. Every public authority should maintain the means for people who do not have online access to exercise their subject access rights individually or as a member of the wider community, their freedom of information rights, whether that be by access through a service at a public library, whether there are phone-in advocacy services, if there are digital portals. You know, we need to be conscious that assistive technologies may be needed for people who have visual impairments or other obstacles to accessing those services. But no, I mean, I don't object to a digital first. There are great efficiencies to be gained, but it's really essential for public authorities to ensure that everyone in the community has equal access regardless of their access to the internet.
Thank you, John. So this, we haven't got huge amounts of time. I'm going to sort of broaden it out now to the panelists a bit beyond the internet shutdown issue, and this kind of broadly this context of people's access to information. but also freedom. And the attacks on freedom around the world, on media freedom, more broadly. Dr. Jelassi, just talk a bit more about how interlinked these issues of public information and internet accessibility that we've been talking about are, particularly in the context where there is more power in government to shut all this down in ways that we didn't really think was going to be possible a decade ago.
Thank you, James. I would like to make first a remark on what you said about access to information and freedom. I mentioned that I come from a country called Tunisia, and we saw in 2010 how access to information has led to freedom when the Arab Spring Revolution happened. And as you know, Tunisia is the birthplace of the Arab Spring revolutions that happened in half a dozen countries in the region. Before that event, people did not have access to information. People lived under censorship, a police regime. And during the 23 years of dictatorship of former President Ben Ali, there were many attempts, many uprisings, but the rest of the country did not know about what was happening in a tiny village or town or city because they did not have access to information. Information was contained, media was censored, and people didn't know what was happening. The first time that happened, thanks to digital platforms and social media, was in December 2010. And that has led, in less than a month, to the ousting of a 23-year running dictatorship. So when you talk about access to information and freedom, here is an example. I was in the country. Judge Adnan Leswed is here with us. He's heading he's the information commissioner and heading the independent authority on access to information in Tunisia. And he can, of course, attest in more detail about this. A fundamental shift, clearly, whether you have access to information or not. I agree with the UK Information Commissioner that access to information does not equate access to the internet. But today, what do most people do if they need information? I mean, I agree with your point. Fundamentally, these are quite separate concepts. Give me information, even if it is on paper, on record, verbal, audiovisual. But today, most people, the minute they need something, they Google it, they go to government portals, to websites, to online libraries, whatever. I mean, not only us, we are the hybrid generation. And Lord Ahmed mentioned the digital natives, his 3 kids. I mean, it's even more so for the new generation and for the coming generations. For them, access to information equals access to online information and to digital spaces. UNESCO has been the UN custodian agency for Sustainable Development Goal 16.10. We do monitor that. We do present consolidated reports to our General Assembly, our General Conference at UNESCO on this matter. So we pay a lot of attention to it. And we are involved in the Open Government Partnership, which Joe mentioned before. I was earlier this month in Tallinn, Estonia, for the Open Government Partnership Summit, which you have successfully organized there. So again, I think the issues we are discussing are important, although we recognize the wider access to information issue because people today, not only because the digital natives, but people do remotely access information or remotely search information. They're not necessarily in a place, in a city, at Oxford University Library, at the US Library of the Congress to get access to that information itself. So the remote access means digital is, of course, at the forefront of the channels. And as we said, in this sense, access to information is becoming more and more intertwined with internet connectivity and other emerging technologies.
Thanks so much, and we need to keep the rest of the comments as brief as possible. But Lord Ahmad, UK has been the co-founder of the Media Freedom Coalition. Just talk a bit more about kind of the status of that and just how important media freedom is in the context of this broader issue of free flow of information.
I think this is working. You can hear me. I assure you again, this is a government act just to make sure only the minister's mic works. So but there's no sinister motives here. First and foremost, the Media Freedom Coalition, we started it in 2019 together with Canada, and I'm delighted that it's grown to 50+ countries now. And its primary aim was what I mentioned earlier about how we can work together to first and foremost protect media freedom, but also support journalists. I alluded earlier about the importance of journalists in the front line, the risks they run. Often, many sadly, tragically pay with their lives. And as information is suppressed, democracy is suppressed, we need to be showing support for journalists. And that's why we're delighted again to be partnering with UNESCO. Over 5,000 journalists around the world over those last few years have actually been supported quite directly through legal support, technical support, but financial support as required to ensure that they can carry on doing simply their job to protect information, that information is provided and data continues to be, shared. And I just want to reflect on that whole issue. I'm listening to all the other panelists, and I agree with most. I think we're probably going to come up with more issues and challenges than solutions during the course of today. But I was reminded by when Nixon, that famous phrase, knowledge is power. Well, in the current age, this is all about data is power. How is data used? This issue of accessibility. What about that transition? If you are within our elders' generation, the issue of the internet is quite frightening. If you don't know how to access it, the fact that you can't use cash in certain shops, on buses, etc. We're doing a lot of transformation to the digital world in terms of people's not just information accessibility, basic accessibility to services. And it's the duty of government, together, of course, with all of you, civil society actors in particular, to ensure that we don't forget that there's going to be specific and quite simple hurdles that we need to ensure are overcome if we're really going to be empowered through this digital world as well. Thank you.
Thanks. And just to put 10 seconds from me is that I'm the co-founder of the International Fund for Public Interest Media. It's been set up because journalism around the world is dying. It doesn't have a business model to support it. So fundamentally, it's very difficult to see how these issues of access to information and the fight against disinformation, particularly in the context of the coming storm of AI, is going to be sustained unless you have people who are actually generating trustworthy, factual information in society.
And James, on that, if I may just plug the fact that we are on the 1st, 2nd of November, exactly that. Exactly. We're holding this AI summit. Again, it's not there to provide answers, but it's bringing together people, countries, governments, civil societies in a way that we can start addressing this issue. We've been talking about the internet, but the AI will revolutionize how we go about our daily lives in a manner which perhaps arguably the internet has not. And I think we need to be ready for the challenge now. It's going to be catching up with us very, very shortly, and we need to be ready. Thank you.
Dr. Regan, just to come to you, just talk us through some of the kind of reasons or principles that underpin this right to information and how they relate to ensuring access to information in the age of this internet, which is changing so quickly.
Sorry, we've obviously talked about quite a few of them. So one is the relationship between information and democracy that, it goes back to Madison, who said that if you're going to have popular government, you've got to have popular informed people to be able to choose and control and hold government accountable. The second is, and John mentioned it, is the sort of instrumental purpose of access to information. It enables you to enforce other rights, which is much the same as access to courts. Courts are there in a sense to give people access to rights, and information in that same way is an instrumental right. And then thirdly, there is also the sense that effectively, particularly when one's talking about public information, and we haven't done a lot of distinguishing on this panel between public and private information. Mostly when we talk about access to information, about public information. But public information in some fundamental way is actually only held by government in trust for the people. There's some sort of sense that actually public information is the people's information. So these are the kind of three common ideas that underpin access to information. And I think they apply whether one's talking about analog information or digital information or the mechanism in which you get access to information.
Thanks so much. And I'm going to come back to you in Joe in a moment, but just John, there's also this issue of access to what information and government record keeping. And I know you've published, your office has published its report on Behind the Screens and the challenges particularly around the pandemic, of how decisions were made, made on WhatsApp messages and so on, and the challenges of actually documenting those decisions and therefore having a public record and holding them to account. Can you talk a bit more about how you're seeing that?
Thank you. Yes, this goes very much to Kate's point about what is the object of these laws, and it is to create a record so that governments can be held to account, an auditable trail. Now, during the pandemic, we saw a need to communicate urgently across multi-stakeholders, and some corporate systems, I think, were seen to be too slow to respond. And we saw ministers and public servants embrace new technologies, including WhatsApp and the like. That of itself, I don't think is objectionable. It's important to ensure that those technologies are adopted with due diligence for the security settings and the like. What is a matter of concern is that there is a risk that these ephemeral messaging systems can mean that important information does not make it to the public record. So it is very important that where these technologies are adopted, that it is done so in a very deliberate way with policies that ensure you get the benefits of fast messaging while still maintaining the public record. Some of these messaging systems have settings which have automated deletion of the records, and that is, of course, antithetical to the concepts of freedom of information and access to information. So it is really important that government moves into the space deliberately with proper advice. We made some recommendations in our report behind the screens. I was very pleased to see that Baroness Holwell, I think, or Hallett, agreed with our recommendation for her COVID inquiry that record keeping should form one of the streams of her inquiry. So we will see, I think, this non-commercial communication channel issue revisited in that policy sense. The Cabinet Office has also issued guidance, which I think is important.
Thanks very much. Just to come back then full circle to this issue of challenges and maybe sort of actually where some of the opportunities, Joe, are. So the audience will be very familiar with democratic backsliding. I came across, the University of Birmingham has put out a statistic which I've always found pretty alarming, that on current projections by 2026, 5% of the world's population will be living in a full democracy. 5%. That's if current trends continue. That's the context of a lot of our work. It's the context of a lot of your work, Joe. But what do you think about that? And also give us a bit of room for optimism. Can you see points of can you see counterexamples, pinpoints of light where this stuff is really working? All the work that's gone into this is actually delivering for people, is actually still sustaining democracy. I thought I'd leave the most difficult question to last.
Yeah, and 1 minute. No, as I said, we kind of have. If we're looking for bright spots, let's perhaps just try and end on a bright spot. The Estonian OGP summit was mentioned, Open Government Partnership Summit, a few weeks ago. The thing that I took from that was most inspirational was spending time with a very large group of Ukrainian civil servants, ministers, civil society activists, technologists, who were in a situation where democracy is under existential threat, from an external aggressor. They are still trying, even in those circumstances, to use tools like access to information to make democracy deliver better to Ukrainians. If you want to Google Dream, Dream is basically a open reconstruction portal. Now, we know, obviously, in situations where there needs to be major rebuilding, whether that's natural disasters or war or whatever it is, there are very high risks of large amounts of money, including from the international financial system, either being inefficiently spent or even in some cases being vulnerable to corruption. So what the Ukrainians are doing already, preempting the massive reconstruction that will be needed in Ukraine, is building a system where citizens, media, independent accountability institutions can actually have oversight over the reconstruction effort, and that those projects are not duplicative, because we know sometimes they're for all the good intentions, there's duplication. So for me, if the Ukrainians can do it, under the most severe threat, then there's no excuse really for in any other country context for us to be able to build systems that could help make democracy deliver better, founded on access to information. So for me, that if you want to end on a potential bright spot, even in Ukraine, which is clearly a horrendous situation, that's one I would leave you with.
Okay, well, that is a powerful example and a real one to emulate. So thank you very much. That brings the end to the end of this opening panel. We're going to have a coffee break now for half an hour. We'll be coming back at 11:30. Let me thank again Dr. Jelassi, Lord Ahmad, Dr. O'Regan, John Edwards, and Joe Powell, and our rapporteur, Anjali Sharma. Thank you very much, and let's come back at in just under half an hour.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second panel of the day, Technology for Democracy and Sustainable Development. We will be joined by a distinguished list of panelists here. And before we start, of course, I want to introduce you to our rapporteur for the panel, Ms. Ilaria Fivola, who is an expert in her own right in access to information and has been working very hard on contributing to different elements of today as well. This will be an interactive and dynamic panel with a Q&A at the end. One of our panelists will be joined with us from online. Now, before I join in, what are we talking about during this session? Well, a lot of the themes that we've already pointed to throughout the introductions today. We will be touching on different issues related to internet shutdowns, AI governance, and hopefully different issues related to privacy and encryption and all these other dilemmas we have with governing our online world in the face of democracy or the decline of democracy. Now, when especially talking about internet shutdowns, which is a major focus of this panel, we have to go back to when this movement to really try to enshrine access to the internet as a human right really began. And I like to think back to 2011, when for the first time we had a general comment as part of the UN Human Rights Committee's General Comment number 34, which tried to point out that bans on operations of certain internet sites is incompatible with Article 19 of the ICCPR. And then, of course, fast forward to June 2016, the UN Human Rights Council Resolution 3213 unequivocally condemned the effort to intentionally prevent or disrupt information online in violation of international human rights. Despite these efforts over the past decade to really try to add the discussion and the efforts to allow internet to be accessible within the human rights field, we have seen unprecedented numbers of internet shutdowns. Of course, we have Brett from Access Now, who's been leading the campaign to keep it on, and their work has pointed out, as of September 15, just within 2023, we've had 127 internet shutdowns amongst 29 countries. This is a lot, given the fact that this movement has been trying to stop this for the past decade. Now, we are joined by a number of different panelists from the ITU, from the FCDO, from all the way from Yemen, working on internet shutdowns on the ground, and as well important companies like Meta, and like I said already, Access Now and ITU, to really tackle these questions of how do we make this movement to ensure access to the internet remains strong. Online, we have Mr. Pritam Malur, head of the Emerging Technologies Division at the International Telecommunications Union. I hope that he is, yes, he's behind us. Wonderful. Preetam is heading the Emerging Technologies Division at the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, which is the specialized United Nations Agency for Information Communication Technologies. With 2 decades of experience in ICTs, he is an expert on artificial intelligence and international cyber-related public policy matters. Now, we're very lucky to have you here, Mr. Malur, and just to dive in to some of the questions that we will be looking at, I'd like to ask you, given the ITU's role as the lead UN agency for advancing universal connectivity, how does the organization respond to challenges related to information access to ensure that all communities benefit from it?
Thanks, Masa. And let me start by apologizing for not being there in person. It's just because we have something else going on here, and I was supposed to be here, or else I wouldn't have missed this for anything. So let me first convey my greetings from the ITU Secretary General Doreen Bogdan-Martin on the International Day for Universal Access to Information. I was following the previous conversation, and access to the internet may not directly equate to access to information, but as Dr. Jelassi said, access to the internet is a prerequisite in this world. So in this discussion, we as the ITU work towards strengthening the right of access to means of communication, and this is in our constitution, in various articles in our constitution. Also, the outcome of the World Summit on Information Society, this was the essence of the whole outcome. And it's along similar lines as Article 19 of the ICCPR, which Masa, you mentioned. So we believe that, an equitable access to an open and secure internet with all the benefits that it brings in, including access to information, access to knowledge, is vital for the achievement of the SDGs. And our mission at the ITU is to promote the benefits of meaningful connectivity. And that's the perspective that I bring into this conversation. So the question, where are we in terms of internet for all? Couldn't be more important, and this answer also cuts across all of ITU's areas. And let's start with some numbers. You had the other speakers also mention it earlier. The estimates that ITU released just 2 weeks ago, it shows that now 67% of the world's population is now online, which is a steady decline, in the share of the global offline population, which is good. But still, we have to remember 2.6 billion people are unconnected around the world. And, more worryingly, 2/3 of the population in LDCs, the least developed countries, are offline. Women make a disproportionate and growing share of the global offline population, outnumbering male non-users by almost 20%. And these disparities are why universal connectivity is right at the top of ITU's global priorities. And there are many digital, divides here. And reaching this, universal connectivity requires closing not one, but many of these divides. I can name a few, the urban and rural communities, older people and youth, people with different ability, gender, economic means, education level. So, there are many challenges. And let me just quickly list a few ways in which ITU works on tackling the digital inequalities. Number one, we track affordability, which is a key metric in establishing universal connectivity. And we track it across 200 economies. The Broadband Commission that ITU and UNESCO jointly run, the affordability targets for mobile broadband have been met in over 100 economies, thanks to cheaper data plans, higher average incomes in developing countries. Though, ICT services, including internet services, have become more affordable in, globally in 2022. The cost is still prohibitive for the poorest 40% of the population in many parts of the world. On digital inclusion and accessibility, we work with all different stakeholders to develop ICT accessibility policies, guidelines, technical standards. And our work involves making accessibility a requirement right from the design stage. And we've had many success stories, telehealth systems for people with disabilities and safer listening devices, both standards that we develop with the WHO. We also work with partners on the ground to get critical digital infrastructure to communities that are most in need. GIGA, the ITU UNICEF initiative to connect every school in the world to the internet. It's a good example of this. We are making many other important headways. Also scaling up these initiatives. That's the idea behind the Partner to Connect P2C Digital Coalition. Again, a global effort led by ITU to bring meaningful connectivity to the world's hardest to reach places. We've had pledges around 32 billion towards this. So, let me quickly conclude by saying, of course, there's a large community of stakeholders making vital contributions, and we as a UN agency benefit from this large community. A lot of them are our members because we not only have 193 member states, but also, more than 1,000 tech companies, universities, regional organizations, international organizations that work with us. And in general, when it comes to digital inequalities, we generally know what we need to do. Essentially, it's a time to roll up our sleeves and get it done. So thanks a lot, Masha.
Thank you, Mr. Naru. The ITU, of course, plays a very important role in, I think, a lot of the issues where human rights meets technology, and I'm sure we'll get into more discussions about how the ITU can help preserve those values as well. Now to introduce you to our next distinguished panelist, Ms. Amilar Gandhi, Head of Stakeholder Engagement Strategic Policy Initiatives at Meta. Ms. Gandhi led Facebook's, or now Meta's, policy agenda in Southern Africa and held key roles at civil society organizations. She's active in global policy areas previously served as advisory board co-chair of the Freedom Online Coalition, a group of countries committed to protecting and promoting online freedoms. Thanks for being with us, Ms. Gandhi. So, as we consider the future, how do you envision the evolving role of tech companies in supporting universal access to information, and what partnerships and collaborations are crucial for this goal?
Should I use this one? Thank you so much for the introduction and for that very important question. A lot of panelists, in the morning and my colleague at ITU has already alluded to some of the, the functions that tech companies can play, and also private sector in terms of ensuring that, we promote universal access to information, the development and advancing of connectivity solutions, that is investing and developing the infrastructure that we all need for the internet to work, creating accessible software, creating accessible hardware, investing in broadband infrastructure, and also supporting open source initiatives. These are some of the technical solutions that I think as tech companies, as private sector, we need to, we need to continue supporting as we already are doing. But beyond that, I think there's more that we can do as private sector. And, this includes, I think, investing in education, investing in digital literacy. There's no point in having a phone or access to the internet, but not being able to use it. I think there's a need to be able to, for us as tech companies, as the private sector, to be able to support education initiatives, digital literacy initiatives, to ensure that people who are using, who have access to the internet can meaningfully engage in the digital ecosystem. But that's the technical aspect. I also think it's important for us as tech companies and also as the private sector to also invest in initiatives that are meant, that have been created to also support. Okay, sorry. Maybe tech companies should also learn how to use mics. Okay. And also, I think it's important for the tech companies and the private sector also to support initiatives beyond the digital literacy and beyond the norm, that focus on policy initiatives. And we already have initiatives like that, like the Africa Internet Governance School that I know Access Now supports as well, and other tech companies. I'm not saying Access Now is private sector, but I think it's important for multi-sectoral collaboration. Localization is something that we are supporting because a lot of resources online are in English, and for some of us, English is like the seventh language that we use. And I think localization, making sure that the content that we find online is in our languages, not only that, but also can speak to the cultural and contextual needs that speak to us, that speak our stories. Otherwise, it will just be information that is online that is not really accessible, so to speak. I think also one thing that we are doing and that we also need to continue doing is ensuring that we put inclusivity at the center of how we design our product and policy features, to ensure that people who are living with disabilities can also have access to information. But beyond the product, co-designing policies, because you can be online, but what we also know is that the online space is not safe for other people. It's not safe for women. It's not safe for those who are in the LGBTIQ community. It's not safe for human rights defenders, for journalists. How can we ensure that the online space is also safe? Because that's also promoting access. Because I might be online, but if I'm at the receiving end because of what I look like, who I look like, or whatever, then it's not a safe space for someone to be online. And the last thing that I would emphasize is that it's important for private sector and tech sector in general to be involved in policy discussions that ensure that there is an enabling environment that pushes for online access. We can do the technical stuff, but if the policy environment is not conducive enough for innovation, then we are not doing anything. There needs to be, us working together to fill those regulatory and policy gaps that we see around. In terms of collaborations are critical, but we also know that there's trust deficit, with tech companies, governments, civil society, and there's a lot more, I think, that we need to do.
Thank you so much, Emilar. I have to say, I work on Iran. I work as civil society on matters of digital rights and internet freedom on Iran. And in this past year, there has been this massive uprising that has resulted in a crisis of, authorities really cracking down on the internet, arresting folks for their expression on platforms that Meta owns. And it has been a very nice experience as someone who has been very skeptical of tech companies, that Meta has been one of the few companies that has actually put in the resources to work with us to really help design their policies or transform their policies to really impact and develop policies and their technology for their most vulnerable users. And I really hope this trajectory of what you pointed out to is going to have more and more resources and investment, and will be an example for the industry and other big tech companies to also follow suit in a similar regard. And speaking of contexts where, some of the most vulnerable users are, we're really lucky to have Mr. Hilmi Ghalib all the way here from Yemen. I know it's been a very long journey to get you here to Oxford today, so we're extremely grateful. Mr. Hilmi Ghalib is the executive director of the Yemeni Organization for Development and Technology. Hilmi Ghalib leads YODET, which is the acronym for what I just said, a civil society organization which specializes in communications technology, and whose mission is to promote and provide needed technology and internet services for all people in Yemen. he was selected as a Youth Internet Governance Forum ambassador for Yemen. Thanks for being here. And it would be really great to get an overview of the internet situation in your country. How have internet shutdowns impacted, everyday life in Yemen, and how does it impact access to information and the spread of disinformation?
Okay, thank you. First, we need to know the internet infrastructure in Yemen to know who is the responsible for the internet shutdowns. So we have only one ISP, internet service provider, which controlled by Houthi group in Sana'a. This company introduce internet for all cities in Yemen. We have also, I think, two cables, fiber optics cable in Yemen. One of them just 100 gigabyte and other one 20 gigabyte. This is before 1 year. This year, they get emergency bandwidth, I think 300 gigabyte. And we have two stations. One of them is 4,000 gigabyte. This stopped by the government in South. The station is ready to work, but they stopped it for policy, for political reasons. Another station is 900 gigabyte. This is in Hodeidah in the north, and the Arab coalition led by Saudi Arabia stopped this station also. So we just working with the emergency bandwidth from I think Omantel. This is from Oman. And this is the infrastructure. In other things, we have a weak infrastructure in Yemen for internet, like ADSL. That's the infrastructure. So when the armed conferences on 2015. We have concerns that internet shutdowns can be, especially that electricity has outage 24 hours. We know depend on solar system only. We have documented some internet shutdowns from 2017 when the first shutdowns happened in December 2017. 3-day internet shutdowns took place in Sana'a city as confrontations escalated. This was followed by shutdowns on social media website and apps for nearly 2 weeks. This has happened when Houthi groups and Brave Ali Abdullah Saleh confrontation. In 2018, the Houthi rebels disrupted internet service to almost 80% of Yemen on Thursday, 5th July, after damaging a fiber optic cable while fortifying their defenses in Red Sea part of Hodeidah. In 2019, we UDIT have documented 18 shutdowns in many cities that happened through electric and war causes. Also, there is political reasons and army operations. So the Houthi, when he come to city, he cut down the internet and start their violence. In beginning of 2020, the Yemeni Company of International Communication Tel Yemen stated that on Thursday, 9th of January, more than 80% of international capacities for internet services went out of services because of the Falcon International subsea cable has cut in the Red Sea, Gulf of Suez, near the port of Suez. The company indicated that the cutting was caused by anchor dragged by a large merchant vessel. This shutdown continued from 9 of January to 13 of February. In ad, we documented 136 blackout case in all country governments that in 2020. This is like small internet shutdowns for hours, for a day in some cities and countrysides. Also, we have 32 cases in 2021. On Friday, 21 of January 2022, at 1 a.m. morning, the Arab coalition led by Saudi Arabia has airstrikes on the communication centers in Hodeidah. This led an internet outage for 96 hours for all Yemen. Also, before 2 days, the Houthi groups in Sana'a who control the only ISP, blocking Zoom and Google Meet, also other video conferences. Yeah. Also, there is another forms of shutdowns like social media blocking and media website blocking. I think all media websites are blocked in Yemen.
Thank you so much, Hilmi. We'll definitely come back to how this impacts the others. But just to move on to our next panelist, Brett Solomon. He's the Executive Director of Access Now. Will help really frame what Hilmi was saying in a global context, as Brett leads the organization's fight to defend and extend the digital rights of users at risk around the world, most notably with the Keep It On Coalition. Before Access Now, Brett worked for various human rights and civil society organizations, including Oxfam Australia, Amnesty International, and Amnesty International Australia. So let's just get into it. Brett, technology has impacted political systems in ways we never imagined. Would you say that new technology is democracy's friend or opponent?
I like this room, actually. It kind of triggers me with being back at university multiple years ago. So hi to the people in the back, and thanks a lot for having me join the panel. I'm really gratified to hear the discussion around internet shutdowns because, as you indicated, Masha, there's been internet shutdowns now for a very long time. In fact, we've been tracking them since 2009. And, the shutdown was kind of, its intention is to silence, and its intention is to keep quiet, the voices of opposition, and that has been successful, I think, many times, because often the world doesn't hear about the shutdown that happens. Not only they don't hear about the shutdown, they actually don't hear about the things that the shutdown is intending to shroud. So often we see internet shutdowns are connected with protests. They're connected with elections, they're connected with other human rights abuses. And, it's great to have Hilmi here to actually talk as a person who is coming from a country where internet shutdowns have kind of become a norm. We did see 187 internet shutdowns in 35 countries last year. This year, as at September 15, as was indicated, we've had internet shutdowns in 127 times in 29 countries. So it looks like this year will be a bumper year. Unfortunately, as is also indicated, next year is the year of elections. 70 odd elections will take place. So we might expect an increase in the number of shutdowns to take place throughout 2024. The shutdown can happen before the election, it can happen during the election, and it can happen after the election. And it can happen all around the year. So, example, in Tigray, we've had an internet shutdown for 2 years. Can you imagine? Like how annoyed we get when we can't download a picture for 10 minutes or we can't send a text for 2 years. And indeed, when we talk about access to information and access to the internet as a, as a breach of human rights, we now are starting to see in the Human Rights Council and in other bodies, including the G7, a recognition that an internet shutdown is a violation of international law. And that is a new development and an excellent one. I understand the desire of governments to shut down the internet. I do, and it's often related to issues around national security or perceived threats to national security. Let me assure you that internet shutdowns create a greater sense of insecurity, and the population goes into panic. People are unable to access information about their friends, their family, their hotspots. We saw an internet shutdown happen in Turkey just now, together with a natural disaster. Can you imagine not being able to find out if your friends and your family are alive, or where the spaces for safety are, or where the emergency services are located? Thanks to the courts as well, and particularly to the ECOWAS court, for reviewing and assessing the legality of an internet shutdown in the context of some African nations, including Togo, which I'm sure we were going to hear some more about later, and also to the Jakarta court with respect to West Papua. But unfortunately, when we talk about technology and democracy, it's much more than internet shutdowns that are the issue. I think I wanted to raise a couple of others, which is, we understand the issue of fake news and disinformation. We now know that disinformation can be an incitement to genocide, and it happens online, and it happens on platforms. And thanks to Emila from Meta, who is here to kind of be representing the tech sector. But quite frankly, the platforms need to do much more. I mean, it is unacceptable what is happening here, and what will happen in this year of elections next year, when we will see some sectarian violence, where we will see different political parties in opposition. And it is incumbent upon the tech platforms to be prepared for that. And I point to the election that will happen in India in 2024. And despite repeated attempts from Indian civil society to speak to Meta and to explain to them about what is impending and the role that is required for the tech platforms, not just Meta, but for other platforms, and to be prepared and to prevent the violence that is sure to ensue without proper monitoring and content governance on the platform. I also want to mention the issue of surveillance. When we think about democracy and technology, I really think surveillance, particularly spyware, is a weed killer when we think about rights. It destroys everything before it. It destroys privacy, it destroys freedom of expression, it destroys communities. And it's not just for human rights defenders and for journalists and bloggers, it's also for politicians and for judges. We saw Pegasus on the phone of President Macron this last year. Everybody is at risk with the proliferation of spyware, and it is absolutely essential that we put spyware in the dustbin of history, because it is a weapon now. Spyware is a weapon, Pegasus is a weapon, and that's why the US government has put it on its entity list. I'll just say one more thing, which is about which is about digital security. The fact that civil society is currently under attack on multiple fronts, not just from surveillance, but also from other technical attacks, malware, hacking of accounts, etc. If we want to have a healthy democracy in the digital age, we need to ensure that civil society is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Of course, we wouldn't be anywhere without remarks from a representative of a nation state, and who better than the UK government representative, Kanbar Hossein Bor, who is the head of democratic governance and media and the Media Freedom Department at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. He led the UK government's flagship Media Freedom campaign, which we've already spoken about today, helping to grow the Media Freedom Coalition to over 50 countries and establishing a landmark international fund on media freedom with the UN. Most recently, he has overseen the development of new policy in digital democracy and spearheaded the international community's response to internet shutdowns through the UK chairing of the Task Force on Internet Shutdowns. He also led on the UK government's response to the first global summit on democracy. Thanks for being here. Does technology pose a threat to democracy, and how should states approach the challenge and opportunities posed by emerging technology to our democratic framework?
Thank you very much, Massa, for that introduction. And it's a real pleasure to be with you all today. And I just want to acknowledge with our UNESCO partners what a fantastic moment this is really, because we are bringing together what I would describe as a genuine multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary approach to the collective issues we all face. We've got representatives from the judiciary, civil society, states, academia, the private sector, all coming together to reflect on some of the most profound challenges of our times, in particular, the free flow of information and the access to the internet. Insofar as the question is posed, I think the short answer, I could probably stop there, is to say, yes, of course, technology can pose a threat to democracy. Before I go on to reflect on how the UK government is trying to address that, for me, I'm struck on a personal note how times have really changed. We've had reference to the Arab Spring in Tunisia, and if we rewind back then, I'm pretty sure that unless you're an authoritarian state and a representative of that state, most people would be saying how technology was an incredible enabler of people's rights, how the social media platforms, how internet connectivity was bringing people together, was highlighting egregious human rights abuses, was holding governments to account, and resulting in profound change. Fast forward less than 2 decades on, we have now got a real change actually. And we can see that people are increasingly concerned, rightly so, that technology is now doing the exact opposite. It's leading to the curtailment of rights. We see that, for example, through the increasing use of internet shutdowns, not least in Iran. But we also see that through the pervasive use of spyware and also now the potential dangers heralded by AI. So we are really, as some might describe, as a bit of an inflection point. How can we, the international community, respond to these challenges? I might just reflect on 3 aspects, really, insofar as the UK experience is concerned, and share them. By no means do we hold the monopoly on how we respond to this, but we're very keen to share our views and listen to you. Firstly, I'm very proud to say that with Access Now, we have been putting forward a genuine multi-stakeholder approach to the issue of internet shutdowns. For example, through the Second Summit of Democracy, we led a cohort on technology and democracy, where we brought together at least 100 different participants from across the ecosystem, coming together to reaffirm the fact that technology can be empowering for democracy, but also acknowledge some of the challenges there. And in particular, we highlighted internet shutdowns as an area where we need to do much more work. So there is possibility there for us to work together. And my lesson from that particular perspective was the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach. The second reflection I might have is the UK's recent work on publishing a strategy on international technology, our international strategy on technology, where we recognize there that technology is going to be a meta trend, a meta factor insofar as how societies will evolve and how individuals will be able to lead their lives. And in doing so, we acknowledge that we want to engage in this process through a principles-based approach. And we identify 4 principles there. First one is being open, second, responsible, third, secure, and fourth, resilient. And I will just, if you don't mind me, I'll just read the extract from responsible, because I hope that gives us a clue insofar as how we can engage with these issues based on a principles approach. we say that we will support the design, development, and use of technologies which support sustainable growth and are consistent with the rule of law, human rights. We will ensure data is used responsibly in a way that is lawful, protected, ethical, and accountable. So in that regard, I think, I hope that reflection on principles applying to how states engage in this will be helpful. Insofar as my third reflection on this big challenge for us, I think it's important to recognize that underpinning all of this, and this is a point that's been made over and over again so far, is digital inclusion. Because, you know, for me, it's shocking that 2.6 billion people in the world don't have access to, are basically disconnected. And if that continues, we will have greater inequality, and those who are outside the realms of digital connectivity, they're probably going to be the most vulnerable to the worst trends when it comes to the excesses of technology on democracy. So in that regard, the UK is working hard to ensure that we can support digital inclusion. We have a digital development program, which is sponsoring access to the internet globally, including in many countries which are least developed. So far, I'm proud to say that we have reached at least 10.2 million people in over 4,000 communities in five partner countries, helping to try and close the average digital gap by 26%. However, that's clearly not enough. And in that regard, there's more for us to do. So I hope those reflections are helpful. And I look forward to hearing from all of you during the rest of the day insofar as what more we can be doing to help.
Thank you so much, Kanbar. And of course, you know, as someone, again, who does work with folks on the ground, especially in Iran, what Kanbar led with the Internet Shutdown Task Force with an unprecedented statement condemning the internet shutdowns and disruptions last year in Iran that were obviously followed by very horrifying crimes and massacres of people said to be crimes against humanity was really appreciated. And we really hope the UK keeps on leading, especially globally on standards. You know, privacy and encryption technologies have been very valuable for folks in vulnerable communities such as Iran, other places in the Middle East and North Africa region. And we hope that these, you know, values are also pushed forward by the UK government similarly. And talking about other complex matters of technology, I'd like to go back to Preetam. I hope you're still there. Just wanted to get you to touch upon how the ITU is addressing the challenges of emerging technologies such as AI.
Sure. Thank you, Masha. So, you know, obviously at the ITU and generally in the UN, we recognize that, you know, emerging technologies have a lot of potential to do good. You know, AI, Internet of Things, now the metaverse. There are lots of papers that map it out, and we can see it can potentially positively impact all 17 SDGs if developed and deployed responsibly. Because there are a lot of challenges here. You know, there are technical, ethical, socio-economic challenges, and we are concerned, you know, that with these technologies, there is yet another digital divide that could be opening, and this one with more profound implications to inequality. So the topic of inclusion is essentially crucial to all our efforts in emerging technologies. And here the notion of complex, you know, inclusion is a bit complex, and it has, you know, it has many facets here. So let me bring up a few. You know, from a broader perspective, we need to ensure that all nations are included, the benefit from these technologies. And this is where marginalization of, you know, countries with low tech capabilities is a significant risk. And again, let me bring up the point I made earlier, many of us made earlier. A large part of the world's population is still offline here, and they may, you know, not enjoy the benefits of any of this. So at this societal level, we need to avoid worsening the inequalities that could result from, you know, increased implementation of these technologies such as AI and metaverse. And again, here, the digital divide that already exists on race, gender, sexual, political, cultural orientation, and so many of these inequalities, the improper implementation of technologies such as AI could just worsen these inequalities. Also, applications and training data that they rely on may reflect the biases of the users, the designers, the people who specify the data sources. Again, these are all risks that need to be addressed properly. Two, more well-known risks, accountability and transparency. Those are the key components for inclusiveness. And here, we urge that the principles of non-discrimination, transparency, accountability should be built into the operation of AI so that, the decision-making processes are transparent and accountable for the analysis, the decisions that they deliver. And at the core of all this is data. And we are witnessing global discussion, regarding access to data, transparency in who owns data, pooling of data, harmonization of data sets, interoperability, and to make sure that, obviously the data that's available is used for the benefit of humanity. But I think we are far from where we need to be here. So obviously, to address these challenges, different parts of the United Nations are actively working on establishing, convening platforms, guidelines, frameworks. In terms of convening platforms, the AI for Good is probably the most prominent one, with more than 40 agencies as partners. Also, the coordination within the UN agencies, because we are more than 40 and we need to make sure we are speaking the same language, or at least, contributing to each other's tasks. And that's where ITU and UNESCO, we co-chair the interagency working group on AI with 40 agencies. We, one of the products we developed is, the principles for ethical use of AI across the UN systems. These principles are rooted in ethics and human rights. And they provide a foundation for responsible AI use, at least within the UN system, in our deployment in member states. Obviously, as you can see, ITU, UNESCO have a great working relationship. We collaborate on a lot of these topics. I mentioned the Broadband Commission, AI working group. So this is a topic where I think the UN needs to get together. Another important area is standardization, because we believe that, it plays a pivotal role in ensuring that, the technologies and the human rights principles are well integrated, well safeguarded, because you might have as many principles as you want, but for the the coders, the implementers, it has to be converted into concrete standards so that they can implement it properly and it can also be measured properly. So this is where the standards community, ITU, IEC, ISO, we are closely collaborating with the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. There was a Human Rights Commission resolution in 2021 asking for OHCHR to closely work with the Standards Development Organization. I know that Scott is going to speak later during the day, so hopefully he'll also touch upon this topic. The idea is to incorporate human rights perspectives into standards making processes, and this is essential for this conversation. So just to conclude, the challenges posed by these new technologies are multifaceted. They touch upon not only the right to development, but also civil and political rights. And, this can only be tackled by broad collaboration within the UN, among the UN, partnership with standards development organizations, and with the wider multi-stakeholder community.
Thank you so much for those interventions and points about how the important work you're doing to set these standards across the UN system. And of course, not to interrupt, but it would be good to move on to how the private sector is also trying to bridge some of these gaps to ensure that universal access to information remains a reality. So especially in the work that you've done in underserved regions, MLR, I'd love to have you share more insight into that.
Oh, thank you so much. So, and I'll try to be quick. So in terms of, the strategies that we are putting in place to bridge the information gaps, I will focus on two strategies. So the first one is really for us to understand the impact of our platforms. And when I say our platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and all the other apps under our family of apps. So really understanding the impact of our platforms. Our platforms are being used across the globe. And for us to be able to do that, we obviously partner with civil society organizations, with experts across the world to really understand, the needs of the diverse communities that are using our platform. So that for us is a key priority to really understand, so that we can address problematic content, we can foster online safety and security, but we can only do that when we understand the impact of our platform. So we have different programs like the Trusted Partner Program that we engage, with civil society to really understand, the impact not only of our platforms but also our policies as well. The second thing that I'll also highlight is the policy development, which is the team that I am in, which writes the community standards, the rules or do's and don'ts of our platforms. So what we've done is really to build a highly structured and principled approach in how we develop our policies. And I think this can and is a strategy to bridge information gaps. And what we are doing there is, prior, several years ago, we used to speak to experts, and I'm saying experts, like this, because you find that, it will be people from places like this, or, the US and all that, but we are also now really prioritizing people with lived experiences. So, they might not have the academic qualifications, but they have the lived experiences to be able to share with us as we build our platforms. But I'll just move on quickly to the challenges. So this is the ideal for us to do, understanding the impact of our platforms, building our policy development processes with human rights at the center of it all. But there are challenges. We might want to engage, but for partnerships and, multi-stakeholder reason to work, there's need for willingness and the ability of stakeholders to be able to do that. And for willingness, what we're seeing, as I mentioned before, is that there is a lack of trust, and we really need to continue working on that, lack of credibility as well. And this goes both ways, from a tech perspective, tech company perspective, but also from a civil society perspective. The other thing also is power dynamics. We have to acknowledge that there's power imbalance, between tech companies of the private sector and civil society, between civil society organizations themselves, because they are not a monolith, but also with all the other stakeholders as well. And political context, resource deficits, all those are challenges as well that we face as we try to build strategies to bridge information gaps.
Thank you so much, Emila. I appreciate you keeping the remarks short. And, you make a great point about lived experiences. And of course, we're very lucky to have Hilmi here with us. And just so you can go over some of these lived experiences and tell us, how have these internet shutdowns affected the ability of local activists and journalists to report on the conflict, to live, and also, you have this opportunity sitting with one of the biggest tech companies, a really important government, and a very important NGO in this space. Do you have any asks of this community sitting here with you?
Okay. Actually, the internet shutdowns affect for journalists and activists to report the violence during the conflict time. And their websites, media websites are blocking. So this is affect for them. What we do as NGO, by supported from Now and other organizations, we make like hubs for internet access in some cities, and in conflict zones we have like emergency centers that have satellite connection, and we enable this satellite connection during the internet shutdowns. Also, we provide them with the helpline and digital security helpline to recover their hacked accounts and their data. Also, we give them tips in digital security, like how to encrypt data and how to send encrypted reports for media providers.
Thank you so much. And of course, going over to Brett, who knows, I guess, a lot from all the things that Hilmi is doing on a local level, on a global level. Brett, sorry, apologies as I get to, there is a crossover between access to information and sustainability and the climate crisis. How can we maximize access to accurate information to find sustainable solutions?
I realized actually that I didn't answer your first question that you asked me, whether it was the enemy or the friend of if the internet had become the democracy's friend or enemy. I think I sort of gave you the data, but I didn't actually come to a conclusion. And I just wanted to say that I unfortunately have come to the conclusion, as Kanbar kind of pointed to, that the internet has become democracy's enemy. And that's a poignant moment for us to think about. And how do we limit those negatives that we mentioned in terms of shutdowns, surveillance, spyware, digital security attacks, etc. Because a healthy democracy, as I said, it requires a healthy citizenry. And the citizenry is unwell as a result of the internet right now. So thank you. That means that we all have a role to play, the tech companies, the governments, civil society, etc. And thanks for bringing up the issue of the climate, because when we think about, our planet and we think about our whatever system of government that we live in, we need to turn our attention immediately to this crisis. And I think that the technology plays a very, very significant role for us. I think people are aware that COP28 is coming up in the UAE. It's kind of ironic, right, that you have this meeting happening in a country where you have such significant human rights cases of people like Ahmed Mansour, who are, incredible advocates who have been imprisoned as a result of their online activities. And I think in order to ensure that we have a sustainable climate, we need to have sustainable and active climate advocates who are able to join the conversation and to be able to raise the red flag around the climate crisis that we're facing. So we're facing a climate crisis and a democracy crisis at the same time. And I think one leads to the other, like a healthy participatory population helps with a sustainable planet. So I think that those matters overlap very closely. And maybe I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. That's a lot to think about. Kanbar has very graciously ceded his last remarks over to the audience for audience questions. Thank you for your generosity. I'd like to open and invite you to your questions for the panelists.
As long as you don't ask me any questions.
Kanbar.
Yeah, I think that's a good opportunity to ask Kanbar some.
British humor. That was British humor, by the way.
Again, I'd really like to thank everyone. This was a really productive discussion. Thank you to Pridam, who joined us online, who told us about what's happening with the ITU, especially what their pushes with AI are. Thank you to Hilmi for coming all the way from Yemen to tell us about the nature of internet infrastructure and shutdowns in Yemen, which we have a lot to learn from. And of course, Amilar, thank you for informing us from the private sector, from the big tech perspective. Kanbar and Brett, of course, thank you both for your work in your respective fields. And thanks for everyone for coming together for this work, which hopefully ends up in more multi-stakeholder productive efforts. Have a great lunch, everyone.
And I'm very proud and pleased to be moderating the first panel where there is more than one female speaker. And in fact, we have a majority of female speakers here, so we're trying to redress the imbalance from before. I just introduced myself very briefly. My name is Toby Mendel. I'm the Executive Director of the Centre for Law and Democracy, a Canadian-based human rights organization that sort of has a legal orientation. And I would say about 50% of the work we do is on access to public information, or the right to access information held by public authorities, or the right to information, as I call it for short, because it's a right under international law. And Kate mentioned a little bit about that on the first panel. The theme of this panel, connectivity as enabler for rights, is very, very broad. And Tawfik, in his comments this morning, mentioned about how access was integral to education as a human right. But I think we're going to be a little bit narrower than that, and we're going to focus on it as an enabler of freedom of expression and the right to information. So those two rights from among the wider body of rights that it certainly enables. There's been a lot of debate so far already on some of the key themes that we're talking about: connectivity, shutdowns, and that kind of thing. I have an excellent set of panelists, and I'm very sure that they are going to be able to add to that debate, even though it's been covered to some extent. And again, to stress that ATI in the title, as I understand it, does mean access to public information. Again, referring back to Kate's comments, there's access to information in the broad sense of that word, and then there's access to public information held by public authorities. So we're focusing more on that, very much in line with the theme of the day. We will look at how tech enables the right to information, how shutdowns undermine the exercise of those rights, the issue of underserved groups or vulnerable groups in society, how tech or lack of access to tech, again, a theme that's been covered to some extent, and the tech and the role of the media in providing information to the public. So those are some of the themes that we will be covering. It's my great pleasure to start by introducing Gilbert Sendugwa, who's the Executive Director of the African Center for Freedom of Information. And some of you may not know this, but without Gilbert, we would not be here today, because Gilbert's organization played a tremendously important role in first getting UNESCO to declare this as an official UNESCO Day, and then following up that to get the UN to declare it as a UN Day. So really, we can thank him afterwards for bringing us together. So thank him. So I'll introduce panelists, and just the style of this panel, we're going to try to be interactive. We will have a first round of questions and 5-minute responses. And I've already told my panelists I'm going to be quite strict on enforcing the 5 minutes. We will then have a interactive discussion on the panel. So not another round of questions, but a discussion on the panel. And then we'll open up for audience questions. And I'm hoping we'll have a decent amount of time for that. Practically, well, everyone in this room is an expert in their own right, so we do want to hear from you as well. I will introduce the panelists one by one before I ask them their question. Let me start with Quinn, long-standing friend and colleague of mine. As you probably know, she's the Executive Director of Article 19, leading freedom of expression, access to information organization in the world, the organization where I cut my teeth myself on this issue. So somebody mentioned earlier that they had read my work. Well, that work was probably done while I was with Article 19. And I have to say, although I've known Quinn for a long time, it wasn't until I got the biographical notes that I knew some of the wider experience that she has in community building, environmental activism, human rights in the digital age. So a lot of experience and relevance to this panel. Quinn, please talk a little bit about global progress on access to information. Where do we sit today? There's been a few references to that already. And how does internet connectivity support or play a role in that space?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Toby, for the very gracious welcome. It's always nice to work with you again. Thanks to UNESCO and the FCDO for convening us, and thank you to my fellow panelists. You know, I'll try and say some things that are new, because we've heard a lot about the importance of rights information and connectivity, and I'll try and address that in certain ways. But to answer your first broad point, Toby, which is where are we now, broadly speaking, on right to information in the world? I think it's worthwhile to note that currently more countries than ever before have, in basic terms, right to information laws on the books. 138 countries total, reaching about 90% of the people worldwide, which is a fantastic accomplishment. I think Kate this morning was saying that, 30 years ago, there was almost no constitutional agreement or amendments or statements that talked about the importance of right to information, that the third wave of democracy really led to the adoption of a lot of these right to information laws. And that's fantastic. We've also heard today the counterfactual to all of this, which is that at the time when information is at our fingertips like never before, at a time when there's more right to information laws or access to information laws on the books, we are actually facing the worst position of freedom of expression and access to information on an implementation level, on the way that people are engaging with it and living it, than we have since the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War. We can see that played out in a number of ways. Article 19's Global Index on Freedom of Expression, again, shows last year, we're still publishing our data for this year, 2023 is not out yet, was the lowest point of freedom of expression in over 20 years. That's the same as you can see if you tie it into the broader index on democracy, the Varieties of Democracies Index. Again, democracy in general is at its lowest ebb. So how can we reconcile increasing access to information and decreasing usefulness of that information in terms of actually empowering individuals to make good choices about their lives? So that, I think, is one of the fundamental challenges that we have when we talk about what's happening globally with right to information. And we can see this has played out, as all of us are very aware, in a number of ways during times of crisis, and particularly affecting marginalized, vulnerable communities, which are really the coal face, like the front edge of how people experience their own rights, human rights, individuals. If those most vulnerable are experiencing challenges, it means that there's broader challenges down and upstream. So a couple examples, we have some colleagues here from Mexico who have done amazing things on right to information, access to information online. And even in a country as good as Mexico has been on that, during the pandemic, access to information on health information around COVID was predominantly online, and it was incredibly difficult for particularly indigenous and rural communities to access, particularly in their local languages. So it meant that organizations like Article 19 needed to step up and help bridge that gap between information being available online and useful information for people on the ground, working with indigenous women's communities to put information out through community radios and others, which I think is a really useful point for us to think about if we're thinking about connectivity. It's not just information connectivity in terms of the internet. There's other ways that we need to be thinking about actually connecting with information as people use it. I think one of the colleagues previously had mentioned that, the vast majority of his country still wasn't connected to the internet. That's true. We need to invest in that digital infrastructure, but let's not forget the other elements of ensuring people actually have access to information as well. Another key component of this, as we're looking at kind of how information needs to be kind of put forth and put out, is tackling disinformation itself. One of the things that we have seen and talked about a lot in the previous panel is this issue of how do we, again, reconcile increasing access to information and at the same time increasing toxicity of some of that information. And I'm not talking about just, your garden variety misinformation, but things that are specifically targeted, hate speech, political disinformation, misinformation operations that are designed to sow division, to sow hatred, and to undermine our fundamental way of life. We saw some of that in the Brazilian election that happened in the past year, where again, civil society needed to kind of come together and push back on the state-sponsored disinformation that was being put out. And so then that's another question for us. How do we engage with this? Even in countries like the United Kingdom, it's a real challenge. One of the things that was talked about this morning from Minister Cleverly was the need to have internet that is open, secure, free. At the same time, the UK just passed an online safety bill, which has prior censorship built into it and will fundamentally, potentially disable encryption, which is a fundamental way that every bit of information online is protected. There's good reasons they put forward for doing that, but it's choosing one use as opposed to the broad usage. So that's one of the things I think we need to be aware of. The final point just wanted to make, Toby, is that last mile connectivity that some of us have mentioned. It's, again, the enabling factor of information in digital spaces and connectivity is going to be seen in terms of the quality of our communities and how they're experiencing, again, the rural communities, the vulnerable, the people who are not connected now. We will be judged in the future by how well we ensure that everyone there has access to the internet and the online space.
Thank you so much, Quinn. And just comment on one, I mean, a lot of good points. Just comment on one, that, you know, I've been working for human rights organizations for more than 25 years. And, you know, every year organizations say how things are getting worse. You know, and it always kind of drove me a little bit nuts because it wasn't really true. And, you know, even in Eastern Europe and get, democratized and whatever. But now it really is true. And, you know, these figures that you quoted. Okay, so as a moderator, you're kind of controlling, keeping everybody to 5 minutes. You feel like a little bit of a dictator, but please know I'm doing it for you so that you guys will have time to ask questions afterwards. So I'm all in service of you. I'm controlling these people. Celeste Fernandez is the co-director of the Civil Association for Equality and Justice, and I just now looked at that co-director. That's kind of interesting. And her organization really focuses on the rights of the most disadvantaged groups in Argentina, working in Argentina and strengthening democracy. So Celeste, please tell us, in your 5 minutes about access to the internet in Argentina for the marginalized groups, where things are going and how that's playing out.
Sure, Toby, thank you. Thank you very much for your question. We could say that in Argentina, from a general approach, is if we look, the country as a whole is showing some progress regarding access to connectivity. Official data shows some increase in penetration. Every 100 inhabitants we have between 2019 and 2022, it grew from 19 to 24, the rate of penetration. So, but nonetheless, this is aggregated data. But when we look into specific regions or groups, into specific groups, we see that they are still facing terrible forms of inequality. And we see inequality in terms of access to connectivity and infrastructure, but also related to the quality of the service, to the speed, to the type of devices people use. We see barriers in terms of digital literacy, in the motivation to use that, in the appropriation of those technologies. So, and this is important because it is not only about formal access, but also about meaningful access. And so I'll give you a couple of examples of certain groups that are experiencing obstacles in Argentina. Argentina is a huge country and we have like different realities from province to province. It is not the same to live in the city of Buenos Aires than to live in the north of the country, for example. In 2022, there were like 10 out of 24 jurisdictions that could not pass a 55% of penetration. So, and also connectivity continues to be very different between rural and urban areas. According to an official study carried out in Argentina, more than 40% of rural communities, considering that study, lack access to internet. And there are cases, and this is in all Latin America, not only in Argentina, in which people have to choose between paying Wi-Fi and paying food. That is the situation, actually. Another example, very important in the city of Buenos Aires, as we have lots of slums and informal settlements. A study carried out 2 years ago showed that 45.9% of homes in slums lacked access to internet during 2020, during the pandemic, and that 54% of children kept contact with school only through WhatsApp. So Sometimes they have no internet connection. Sometimes they have dangerous connection. That is another problem. Actually, there are many slums in the city of Buenos Aires that have like connection, electricity connections are not well built, and so that is that puts in their lives and their health at risk. We have a judicial case regarding that. And another group that is being left behind are indigenous communities, especially in the north of the country. In some cases, the distances between the places where the communities live and the infrastructure providing Wi-Fi and services is like 200 kilometers or more. We work a lot with indigenous communities in the province of Salta, and what we see is that in general we have to get connected to them. We have to travel. There is no other option. And we can also think of two more groups. I mean, persons with disabilities and older persons. I have not so much time to deepen on that, but even when they have, just to say that even when they have a formal access to the internet, they face significant obstacles to have a meaningful access, right? That information is not always accessible, etc. And what is the impact of all this? Is simply isolation, like low quality citizenships. It's like I was thinking the other day about that, and I thought it's like some kind of symbolic confinement, right? Because when you have your options so reduced, I mean, a person that cannot access the internet cannot access information, and so they have less possibilities to receive quality education, to enter the labor market, to exercise political rights, to profit from some kind of social interactions, to access justice. For example, indigenous communities do not know where to go when they have to claim for their rights. That is the situation. Cannot reach hospitals. It's like a really difficult situation. And it's like they can make choices about their own lives in many cases. So imagine for a moment that all the options and all the freedom of choice we have by getting information in internet is not anymore here. Like, I mean, this does not only impact in human rights, but also in democracy. We've been talking a lot about this, but I would like to highlight the point of there are many voices that are not being included in the public debate. So when these vulnerable groups are not included in the public debate, they are impeded, they are deprived from the possibility of transforming their realities, from facing the oppression they like for reducing the oppression and eliminating the oppression they face, from telling the governments what they need. So lack of access to internet is a key agenda, and it's all about social justice. So that is some general ideas.
Thank you very much. We heard quite a lot of discussions about vulnerable people's challenges, but I think you added quite a lot. Even if it's available, if you can't afford it, a big issue. Electricity, not just internet. The whole play on indigenous people, big issue in my country, Canada, as well, and also disabled people. Thank you for enriching the debate on that issue. So my pleasure now to introduce our male representative, Marcello Daher, who's a human rights officer at the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and he's an expert on freedom of expression, civic space, and internet connectivity and shutdowns. And he played a role in drafting the Secretary General's is this correct? Yeah.
It's a High Commissioner's report.
High Commissioner's report. Okay, I'm following my notes, but
Sorry.
I thought that wasn't correct. Report on internet shutdowns. Again, an issue we've heard about a little bit today, but and even your report, I think, was quoted by someone this morning. So please, tell us a little bit about how these shutdowns damage human rights, and in particular, freedom of expression and the right to information. I mean, beyond the obvious.
Thank you, Toby, and then thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, also UNESCO, for organizing and the opportunity, and for the Oxford University as well. Look, I think when we talk about, the shutdowns, and we included here today in this Global Day on celebrating access to information, we discussed a bit the ambiguous relations states have with their own commitments to promote and expand access to information, and the hesitation that is always somehow there, unfortunately. So this report you mentioned is a report that the High Commissioner prepared in response to one of various resolutions that we have at the Human Rights Council and at the UN General Assembly, as we heard, recognizing how access to the internet is a key enabler for the exercise and promotion of all human rights. And then in particular, I asked OHHR to make an assessment on the impact of shutdowns on human rights. The understanding that promoting access to the internet is key for development and key for all the human rights is already very clear, and therefore we even have the SDG commitment also, for example, to expand connectivity, which also talks about the digital divide and the pervasive impact that these have for development goals. But what the report shows, and that's actually thanks to the work of multiple actors collecting information over the last years on shutdowns, is that despite these commitments, they keep occurring. In the period we had observed, based on the data that the Keep It On Coalition managed to obtain, and that's a very important, I think, valuable aspect of this work, is that having some concentrated information on some of this key civic space areas, as it was done for shutdowns, is vital for us to discuss really the advancement of the access to information in general, the absence of clear data. And in the case of shutdowns, we do have that database because of the work of the coalition, and we have unfortunately 931 shutdowns at the time we wrote the report. I think this number is higher today. And unfortunately, when we look at them and you cross these with the episodes happening in countries, you see that shutdowns are half of them, I think, they were in the context of political crisis. A good number of them, I think, were happening just even before or just after elections. A good number of them were never justified. There's no justification provided, not even no legal order behind it. What this shows is that these shutdowns are somehow reflecting they're key markers of the deterioration of human rights situations in multiple environments, in various regions. And as such, I think they should help us to guide some of our efforts, and that's I think what's already happening thanks to civil society work, international organizations, and some states to concentrate to reestablish and to prevent first and for them to occur, and to make sure that they happen for the shortest period of time. I can talk later a bit more about, I mean, also I think another aspect that connecting a bit with the issue of those left behind, there's a need to connect the discussion around connectivity in general and meaningful connectivity, including the impact of shutdowns in the measurement of connectivity levels. We in the study, as it was mentioned this morning, we noticed that at least half of the least developed countries implemented shutdowns, and those are countries receiving funding for promoting connectivity and integrating communities which are left behind. Some of them implementing over 10 shutdowns in that period. So the same country receiving funding for connecting are also disconnecting. So there's a need to engage these actors as well, and to include that in the measurement of connectivity in general. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And I think a lot of the points you made reinforced and resonated earlier points about the nature of shutdowns. I guess most poignantly that they're associated with a decline in human rights and civic space and those kinds of things. And I thought it was interesting the point about that quite a good number of them don't have any kind of justification, including legal basis. My experience has been that quite a few of these shutdowns are actually illegal, but that they're not challenged legally or something like that. So that's a kind of an interesting potential solution. Okay, let's move on now to Mitali Mukherjee, Acting Director of the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at the University of Oxford, so a local speaker. And she's a political economy journalist with over 2 decades of experience, and my list says TV, print, and digital journalism, so pretty much covering the field.
We hope.
And won numerous awards, a gold medal in television journalism from the Indian Institute of Mass Communications, and also founded 2 startups on civic society and financial literacy. Not something we're probably going to be talking about, but certainly important. If you don't have any money, you can't really operate. So Mitali, at the Institute, you are developing some options for digital media policy to support better rights online. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Thank you very much first for that long introduction. It's not important in the context of what we're talking about, but thank you again. It's always tricky being on a panel either before lunch or after, because it's the challenging spot of either holding people away from a meal or then keeping them up after they've had that meal. I'm here in a really sort of enlightened audience, and I'm very glad to be here because I'm speaking to people with legal experience. I'm also speaking to people with policy experience. So perhaps what I can add here from the community that I represent is lived experience on what internet shutdowns look like, on what a lack of access to information looks like, and what that prevents. Before I start, a quick question on this idea of not having access to internet or internet shutdowns. Would the audience gathered here be able to tell me in the last few years which country it is that's had the largest number of internet shutdowns?
I know.
It would also not surprise many here perhaps to hear that we've been holding that pole position from 2018 onwards. It is shocking, shameful, and sad, just to put a line under it. We are not alone in it. We are not unique in it. But in the year 2023, Asia actually contributes to 70% of the shutdowns that we've seen so far. And that's not okay. It should not be. Let me now speak to the group that I represent. I'm not looking at Twitter. I'm just looking at my notes. I don't know if we count as a vulnerable population, but I certainly think that journalists are disproportionately affected and impacted in moments such as these. I have already talked about what these shutdowns look like in a country that I belong to, which is India. I may also add that in a state in India, such as Jammu and Kashmir, these shutdowns have happened from 2012 to 2023, 422 times. I'm not making that figure up, and I can share that data with you. As we speak, there is a state in the northeastern part of India called Manipur that is facing intense civil violence, and is facing a shutdown. Currently, it's at 26, I think, the count, the number of shutdowns that we're doing. Now, what does this impact for a journalist? I think that's the 2 important questions to address. What does it impact, and why is it happening? On the first of what it impacts, number one, access to information. There was such a great point made earlier about access to public information. I want to sort of flip that question and ask, is public information only the information that is disseminated by governments and public institutions, or do journalists and does journalism have an important role in moments of these sort of crises to be informing a larger public and to keeping them safe and aware? So that's the first thing that's prevented. Journalists, to my mind, are one of the most vulnerable pockets because they are not just there doing this as a sign of protest. They are doing this as it is their profession. It is their job to be out there and to be telling you what's happening and to keep you safe. When they don't have access to information, they have no access to their headquarters, they have no access to their teammates, and most importantly, they have no access to raising an alarm when they are in physical safety. There is no documented proof of that harm taking place, and they have no recourse either. I'm just quoting from a journalist in Srinagar, Kashmir, and it's interesting because I can see everyone with laptops and phones open at this point. Just imagine the number of times you use the internet in a day for information, for entertainment, a job application, to connect with your loved ones. Imagine what happens when that is all taken away from you, and imagine what your life looks like. This is what many journalists in many countries, not just mine, face. Now, the next question I think that all of you should think about, perhaps, and I would love to hear from you because you're the ones who know much more to this subject. Why is it done? Here's my experience. It's done to police both the journalists and the public. It's done to completely stamp out criticism when criticism is being raised. It's also done to prevent peaceful gathering and peaceful protests. When you don't have access to where people are gathering to make that protest, it's very easy for a state to say, this doesn't look safe. You need to stop doing it, and we need to get you all back home so you don't protest what it is that you are currently standing against. I think the longer point over here is the point about a protracted period of deprivation, and that's what it is. When we talk about fundamental rights and we talk about human rights, we have to start considering what it means when you don't have access to that information and what that deprivation does to you economically, socially, what it does to your future and that of your children. And finally, I'll sort of just wind down because I'm conscious there are more speakers and we're on a bit of a clock over here. On the point about freedom of expression, I will sort of underline that part of freedom of expression also extends to who is allowed to express what. As a woman journalist, I can say with some authority that we face the maximum pushback, the maximum trolling, and the maximum hate on most online platforms when we try to speak about something that might be critical in nature. This includes rape threats, death threats, threats to be that people will reach your family, your children, or your home. I think when we talk about freedom of expression, we also have to question whose freedom that is and who feels most free in those internet gatherings. I'll wind down here.
Thank you so much. You know, the sign of a successful dictator is when the public fall into line without bothering to fight you because they know they're going to lose. And so I feel I've attained that status with Mitali. No, a lot of very interesting points too that I will pull out. I mean, firstly, this idea of journalists as a vulnerable group, not you know how I would have not normally thought about it, but very convincing points about it. And I mean, we're not quite there, but we're almost getting to the point where journalists are becoming extinct as a population. So, and also, you know, reinforcing some comments made by others. I mean, you know, we who live in, you know, those of us who live in countries which don't experience internet shutdowns, I don't think probably really appreciate the impact of that, especially over a longer period of time. This idea of, you know, severe deprivation, I think captures that nicely. It's not a small thing. It's similar to not having housing, to not having food, to not having, you know, well, other things. So, okay, last but absolutely not least, Emma Cantera, who's the lead on transparency and access to information from the Public Governance Directorate at the Organization for Economic Security and Development, OECD. So we've heard about the situation in Argentina for vulnerable groups. You have about 40 countries in the OECD. Please talk to us a little bit about the challenges, you know, similar to Celeste's presentation from Argentina, you know, the challenge of internet connectivity and the consequences.
Thank you, Terry. I'm not only going to talk about some of the challenges, but also try to provide some positive examples.
So nice.
Not that usual for the OECD, but I'm trying to do this right now. I think that we need to start by asking ourselves about the knowledge that marginalized groups actually have on their access to information rights. Where we have experiences that most of them are not even aware that they have these rights. And even if they are aware of the fundamental rights, sometimes they are not aware of the existence of the different online resources and tools that they can actually access in order to exercise this right. Not only in the lack of awareness of the type of information, but also on the independent bodies, a lot of them present here today, what they can do actually for them. We think that this challenge could be addressed through a specific campaign, trainings, and workshop for citizens by CSOs, but independent commissions or by oversight institutions or even by ombudsman institutions, which are sometimes one important actor that is forgotten. Something else that we have mentioned a lot during the panels today is the lack of digital skills and literacy. I think that is also a significant challenge. Many of these communities, they lack the skills to navigate the online resources, but also to understand the technical reasons, for example, of why an access to information request has been denied. And therefore they cannot know, or they are completely disincentivized to actually log a complaint regarding this denial of information. In some OECD countries like the US, New Zealand, or the UK, they have introduced legislation or checklist in order for public officials to ensure concise and plain language to guarantee that the information is accessible for different groups with specific lower levels of literacy. We have also mentioned the part of disabilities and indigenous communities. And for example, I would like to cite the example of Colombia that has not only translated the access to information law on different language, on indigenous languages, but also they have created an explanatory video in sign language that was developed for citizens with hearing disabilities. And they also have transformed the entire law into Braille and microtypes for citizens that have visual impairment. And Mitali, I'm glad to tell you that for us at the OECD, journalists are considered as a marginalized group or vulnerable group, as well as human rights and environmental defenders, trade unions or activists that right now in this moment of restricted civic space, they have increased the risk that they have, especially when they're looking for some information online or they even request information. In many countries today, marginalized individuals are fear of reprisal for seeking information, particularly sensitive or politically charged topics. There's a lot of privacy concerns that can deter people from making online requests for information, especially if they fear that their identity can be revealed at some point. In order to protect the identity of those filing an access to information request, we believe that it's important to avoid the risk of profiling citizens or a stakeholder when they request an information. We got information in our latest report on the protection and promotion of civic space that only 18% of the 54 countries that replied to the survey, they actually have developed the legislative framework that explicitly protects the integrity and privacy of individuals and parties that file a request for information. For example, in Honduras, there's a specific article on the law that mentions that journalists, they can protect their identity when requesting an information. However, in some countries, the law doesn't provide for anonymous requests, and but for example, in the case of Brazil, they have measures that allowing de facto anonymity for the requests. And I want to end my intervention by talking about the divide between youth and elderly, because we are assuming since the morning that because you are young, you can access information online. And the question is, what type of information are you actually accessing? Because most of young people right now, they're accessing online platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, but is this actually the information that we want as government stakeholders, CSO, that they access? So it's not only the way that you can actually access the information online, but what type of information are you actually accessing in order to prevent, for example, issues of mis and disinformation.
Thank you so much. I certainly know, like Lord Ahmad, I have 3 kids, and I certainly know they're not accessing the information I want them to access. I don't know if, but I know I think you made some really good points, and I really like this point about anonymous requests, because it's a standard that we have plugged since my Article 19 days and continued since then. But it's one where we have not experienced a lot of success, to be honest. A lot of countries, you know, when you say people should be able to make requests anonymously, they just shake your head like you're some crazy out there, CSO nutcase. And you know, I mean, Mexico is you mentioned Mexico as a star performer. They have a wonderful, Mickey Mouse has made requests and gotten information in Mexico, and I don't think it was Mickey Mouse. Okay, I am now going to shed entirely my dictator moderator hat. We're going to now have hopefully an interactive discussion. You know, I'm relying on my panelists or my speakers to interact with each other. I'm going to kick off with a question to Quinn, but please, you know, jump in and let's have a discussion. And also thank you for taking us to the positive side, because I mean, it's very easy for us to talk about the problems. And, you know, I mean, and the problems seem, you know, omnipresent literally these days, and oppressive and difficult. But you know, talking about problems is never going to be a solution. I mean, you need to understand the problem, but you know, only talking about problems is not a solution. We need also to look for solutions. So this part of the panel is going to talk about what different actors can or should or might be doing, you know, with a solution orientation. Quinn, you mentioned a little bit some of the things that Article 19 is doing. You know, please, perhaps you could broaden that a little bit and talk a little bit about what CSOs could or should be doing, but also other actors as you feel fit to address, you know, especially the access to information issue, I suppose.
Sorry, thank you very much. It's a very broad question, so I can talk about anything, but I won't necessarily right now. I mean, in terms of just to answer the reflection that you had initially about, is there a positive? The situation's pretty dire in the world right now. I mean, this year that we're facing, the year of elections, I think a lot of us legitimately have fears that this could be a tipping point in a very bad direction. I'm from the United States. Need I say more? Yeah, but there is trying to pull something positive out of this. There is an upside to the lack of connectivity that is still globally. We talked about 30% of the world still doesn't have the meaningful, actually access to information. I'm sure meaningful access to information, when you take out zero rating or some of those kind of very specific access, it's probably even higher than that. We have the ability right now to think about what kind of access and internet we want people to have. We have an ability right now to look at the Sustainable Development Goals under Goal 16 in particular and others, realize we're not currently meeting the promises that were made under Agenda 2030, and actually say, there's an opportunity because of the need to increase connectivity, increase access to information, to build true and meaningful access for people, to think about how information is going to empower people to make decisions over their own lives, to reach their economic goals, to reach their social goals. So if there is a potential upside, it's that the unreached components that we have, the fact that we are still making infrastructure decisions, that we're still making governance decisions about how information, even at like how the internet runs kind of level, is going to flow. It gives us the ability to say we can change the way things are done now for a more rights respecting and empowering future. The internet can be an enabler of human rights. It can be an enabler of economic, social, and cultural rights. We need to make the decision to do that, to politically do that, because it's a political decision. So that would be the one upside that I have, as well as what can civil society, governments, others do. We have a number of opportunities. Regulation is proliferating around the world right now, which is a good thing. But let's make sure it's the right regulation, ensuring access to information at a fundamental level and in a safe way that doesn't undermine the idea of a free and open internet. So those would be what I would say.
Great. Anyone want to react to that? Yeah.
I want to react to your question about what other actors needs to be included in this discourse. And I think that when we talk about internet access, we also need to talk about how to protect online civic spaces from hate speech and from the protection of other rights. And I think that here we need to talk about the ombudsman institutions, that we barely talked about them, because they are placed in a really good position because they are mediators between the government and between the citizens. And they can actually play this role on protecting the rights of the citizens. And still they need to have this change to go into more the digital sphere. But there are some examples today of ombudsmen that are trying to get involved on how to protect these spaces. For example, in the Czech Republic, they have recently created an internet ombudsman that is advising victims on hate speech. They are reviewing public complaints. They're also advising platforms and how to remove harmful content. You also have the one from Finland, data protection ombudsman, that is kind of playing also a role on how to protect the right of access to information with the compliance of the data protection and privacy. So I think that this is an actor that sometimes is forgotten on this, also to involve them in the development of public policy. And I think that it should be involved more and more in the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the really challenging parts of the situation we're facing now is that we're seeing speech being used to attack speech. So, you talked about this idea of safe civic spaces against hate speech and harassment and that kind of thing. And I mean, it's a kind of a new, we've always had the problem of hate speech, and the ICCPR requires hate speech to be banned, a limited range of hate speech. But now we're seeing speech that falls well short of that. So non-criminal speech, non-criminalizable speech under international law. But when it reaches a certain scale and level, it still represents a frontal attack on speech. I mean, you talked about journalists being the number one, female journalists being, particularly vulnerable or particularly subject to attack. I shouldn't say vulnerable because I think a lot of them aren't, but it's this onslaught of attack by speech, which is all perfectly legal and should be legal, but when it's at that level, and I think that's a big challenge. And also I think the institutional point is a really, really important one. Do we have the institutions we need at this point? Brett earlier talked about, the challenge of implementation with the GDPR and the EI and the Digital Services Act institutions are absolutely crucial to that. Do we have the institutions we need? Are we supporting them enough? Are we funding them enough? Do they have enough expertise and capacity? Are they going to be able to tackle this problem? Sorry.
No, I would like to highlight the points of demanding participation because I believe that is useful for in various senses. I mean, on the one hand, it allows us to, I'm talking from a civil society perspective, right? But it allows us to hold the state accountable, to let the states know we are watching them. And it also is, I believe it is also useful to understand where we are. I mean, do we have institutions that are receiving what we are saying? Do we have like open institutions? Because that varies from government to government, from country to country. And in my experience, what we see is that according to the topic, according to the government and to many other things, sometimes there is some kind of space to collaborate with the state. And when that space is open, it is good to profit from that. When that space is not open, maybe there are like other strategies we could use from civil society that are not so nice. I mean, in connection with what I was saying regarding electric risk in slums, for example, we had to go to courts by that time because people were literally dying, and so we had no time to lose. And also regarding connectivity during the pandemic, we sued the government of the city of Buenos Aires so that they ensured connectivity, especially for children living in slums. And that kind of, I mean, we are not so friends with the government right now. They don't like us that much, but in my experience, there are also some cases in which the state, after implementing a decision, a judgment, says, okay, this was useful finally, because if you hadn't done this, this wouldn't have happened. So in more informal conversations, let's say. But congratulations. Yeah, so like trying to interpret when you can collaborate and when you have to have another kind of strategy is useful. And I also believe it's like really useful to share and disseminate good practices, because we as civil society, we do not always have good information on what the state is doing. So maybe we think they are doing nothing because they are not communicating it properly, and maybe they are. So sharing good practices is like really useful.
I was just going to say, we wear it as a badge of honor when we're unpopular with the government. It's usually a good sign.
So you do a good job.
I just wanted to say that I agree with so much of what you're saying, even for, sort of communities, whether it's journalists or larger countries. I think part of the problem in many of the countries where we're seeing access to internet so broken and so abused is when civil society starts to crumble. So it really goes back to the F word, which is funding, which is what are we funding and where is the money going? One, are we supporting civil rights communities that are actively building and defending these walls that need to be defended? The second, and I think there are people in this room doing some excellent work in terms of supporting vulnerable groups, journalists, wherever you want to bracket them, in actually seeking redressal when violations happen. The problem often arises when the abuse meets with no consequences. So it makes it easier and easier and easier to keep doing the same thing in terms of attacking someone's freedom of expression. I think this goes back to journalism in the sense that it is important to support critical journalism because that in turn feeds a larger ecosystem that is trying to support the rights of a larger majority, and that goes for online and offline rights. So back to the F word on that one. And I would just like to say also there's, it's a bit slippery in our experience in some countries where there are these alternate suggestions that are made, which is limited shutdown, which is a very easy narrative to apply where you say, we're just filtering out the bad and keeping the good. And this appeals to public sentiment, and it appeals to public psyche saying, oh, that sounds like a good idea. We keep the bad actors out and we let the good stuff remain. It doesn't always function like that. And I think this is a room that probably has, the ability to push back on that. So that's sort of a gray zone, I think, that we need to just navigate a bit carefully. Provide information on staying safe. Best practices are great to hear, and I feel the more they are shared with journalists across the world, some of who you are already doing that, is a really, really important process. So just a few sort of rough ideas there on solutions.
Okay, continuing from the broken and abused, interventions. I just think that when bringing back to the idea of the volume of information, the concerns related with, for example, the potential spread of disinformation, hate speech, and the damaging that may be causing to democracy or polarizing, we need to look carefully at the sort of measures that are being proposed and are already unfolding everywhere in response to these real issues, because many of them are in fact worsening the problem by limiting the access to the information and limiting the scope for discussion exactly that would be necessary for that. So, and we do have a couple of examples. Even for shutdowns, we in the shutdowns report, I think over 130 shutdowns were justified by when they had justification. They refer to containing the spread of hate speech or the spread of disinformation. So obviously that brings us back to the need to always screen these measures using the human rights framework and making sure that all are heard. There's a I think a third element I just wanted to make with regard to this discussion in general. It moves us also back to the issue of access to information. Is the opacity. I think we're all dealing with a new information environment where there's limited access to information, to what actually is happening, how information is flowing, how platforms are intervening. There's a desire to know more. What was referred, I think, on the Digital Service Act and the different attempts to sort of reform this scope, I think the promise is in making that system more visible and allowing us all to discuss really what actually is happening and assess really what actually is the impact of the measures that are being tried there. So thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much for mentioning that. I have kind of a reflection on that in terms of bringing the company data, and that data is we need to have more accessibility on that. I think the transparency from DSA and DMA on that's useful. But I think it's also useful to reflect back on us in the topic you had at the top, right? Which is public access to information, access to public information. And so maybe there's a few things that we can think about in terms of not just assuming that that's going well, but that there's things that need to be done to kind of improve that element in terms of the work that civil society and governments can do. You know, first would be to actually think about the mobile first way that a lot of the young generation is taking things. Is public information that's being released by governments actually accessible by mobile? How are they actually working with civil society and platforms to develop apps that make that information easily accessible? That is one recommendation that I think all of us would support and would actually enable information, the public information, quite significantly. A second one is maybe calling on the excuse me. My daughter's birthday was yesterday, so I spent all day like preparing for her birthday, so I had very little sleep in terms of following up on that.
And talking
So,
kid talk.
so I didn't come from Paris at some ungodly hour, but I had my own trials. But publishing kind of comprehensive annual reports on universal access or service funding mechanisms. So what information is available out there? What services are available? How can people access that? And making sure that it's proactively disclosed would be very key in terms of helping to bridge that information gap as well. And then the final thing, just getting back to the SDGs. Right now, under kind of goal 1610, the monitoring that's being done is on actually just whether access to information laws exist. But as we've talked about, meaningful access to information implementation and actually monitoring, having UNESCO monitor that element of it, and then reporting that back would, I think, be a very useful way of actually gauging progress on that globally. And then the final thing I want to say is to reflect what Emma Tali have said on reprisals and safety. The moment you put your hand up and ask for information, that's the moment you put a target on yourself. Whether you're a journalist, whether you're a lands rights activist, whether you're someone that's trying to ask, why don't I have water when I'm supposed to? And I think that element we need to reflect on and make sure is part of our thinking in terms of ensuring access to information, the safety element of that.
Yeah, all great points. I just want to pick up on a few random, from all of these good points. The money issue, the F word, as you so eloquently put it, that cuts across a whole bunch of different things. Funding for civil society, funding for journalism, which of course is in utter crisis, pretty much around the world. But also, the abuse of funding rules by governments to cut off foreign flows of funding, favored tactic of sort of slightly repressive but not very controlling governments, for example, or leading on to the other level. So a lot of issues at that level. We absolutely, part of the challenge here is how to, and implicit in my comments before about speech that's perfectly legal, but it's still drowning out voices, so it's an attack on speech. How do we deal with that? General bans on fake news or disinformation are not legitimate under international law. That's clear now. But regulatory measures to require platforms to address that kind of speech, depending on what they look like, those look very different when assessed under the three-part test for restrictions on freedom of expression under international law. Criminalizing a speaker and imposing measures on a platform are not the same thing, and the implications under and the way the three-part test plays out is very, very different. The mobile thing is absolutely right. Whenever I talk about access to information, meaning access to government information, I'm saying if you don't have a mobile, a lot of countries now have platforms and online platforms and whatever. If it is not mobile friendly, you are not going to get the youth, and youth no longer meaning what youth meant to me a few years ago, youth meaning up to sort of 40 or whatever, younger than me, but not necessarily that young. I really, really enjoyed the discussion. Thanks so much to the speakers, and please join me in a final thank you.
Thank you, always.
So it's fantastic that we're able to end on a panel talking about judicial and information regulators' perspectives on accessibility and internet connectivity. And I think this is a really unique opportunity. And one of the most special things about today is bringing these diverse groups of participants together. So usually you just have civil society groups or governments talking about these issues, but today we're actually able to have really prominent representatives of the judiciary with us. So I'm going to introduce the panelists as we go along, and as I call on them for their first interventions. Each panelist will have 5 minutes. I want to be sure to leave plenty of time for questions, so I'll leave about 20 minutes of time at the end for questions from the audience, because I know that there's also a lot of passion here I can see to contribute to the discussions as well. So I'd like to start by turning to Mrs. Justice Dupe, who was Justice of the Community Court of Justice of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, in Nigeria. And before her appointment to the court, Judge Dupe served as the chairperson and commissioner of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the African Union. And throughout her legal career, she had various senior executive positions in national and international organizations, both public and private. And I had the opportunity to chat with her over lunch about her illustrious career. So we're very fortunate to have her be able to reflect on her time at ECOWAS, but also her role in Nigeria and working for various institutions in Nigeria. She's able to bring that perspective to the discussion as well. But I'd like to begin by asking you, Justice, how has the ECOWAS court underscored the imperative of the internet as enabler of the right to freedom of information?
Thank you for this opportunity. Let me say that as a start that the ECOWAS, which is the acronym for Economic Community of West.
Can I hear you? Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay, all right. That's not out of my 5 minutes.
No.
So I just was saying that the ECOWAS is the acronym for the Economic Community State of West Africa, which is made up of 15 member states across West Africa, comprising of Francophone, Anglophone, and Lusophone countries. And so the ECOWAS has established a court, and it is called the Community Court of West Africa, ECOWAS Court of Justice for short, as the principal legal organ of the ECOWAS. And it drives its mandate of implementation from the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which has been ratified by all African Union member states, including the 15 ECOWAS member states. And in regard to our topic today, the Article 9 of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights is instructive because it provides for the right of information and access to information. And it's on that note that we'll be working with the court's work on this area. The role of internet has been it's been on the table all morning, and so I will not talk about it, but just to say that it has a transformation role in our life, and our lives have changed with the advent of internet in this digital age. However, as productive as it is and positive, we all know that it comes with challenges relating to misinformation, privacy issues, and digital divide. But the more present-day reality is that of the need for balance for security and public safety, between security and public safety and free flow of information by government. They all usually have this disproportionate response of quick shutdown of internet whenever there is a challenge, and sometimes restriction on the use of internet. The ECOWAS court has had to address several cases of violation of freedom of expression, particularly through the deprivation of internet. And we just dwell on two very important cases which draws inspiration for our discussion today. And one of them is called the Amnesty International Togo. I guess those of us who are familiar with Amnesty knows that they have their various reflections in the states. There are Amnesty International Togo versus the Republic of Togo, which was a decision that's been widely acclaimed and has earned the court an award and recognition. But quickly, the facts was that there was a protest in Togo with regards to the need to reform the constitution to create a term limit for presidential tenure. As it is in most of these African countries, there's always the penchant of tinkling with the constitution to extend presidential tenure. And this was a protest that was staged to ensure that there is a fixed tenure for presidents, either 2 tenures or 1 tenure or no more. And the protest degenerated into a situation where the Republic of Togo intervened, shut down internet completely, arrested and detained several protesters. And the applicants in this case, that is the Republic of Togo, the Amnesty International, Togo, and several other civil society organizations brought this case before the court, alleging that their right to freedom of information as provided in Article 9 of the Charter has been violated. As journalists, they have not been able to carry out their function. And the court reasoned that indeed, internet, strictly sensu, is not a right, a fundamental human right. But since internet service, let me quickly make a short quote from the court. Since internet service provide a platform to enhance the exercise of expression of information, it then becomes a derivative right that is a component of the exercise of the right. And it provides a platform that will enhance the enjoyment of the freedom of expression. And therefore, it requires protection. So we have 3 issues. 1, we recognize it's not a right. However, because it's a vehicle for the enjoyment of freedom of expression, it should be protected. And on that note, it ruled that the shutdown of internet.
It's okay.
It ruled that the shutdown of internet by Togo was a violation of the right of freedom of expression of the applicants who brought the case before us. And this case gained international recognition, very well widely known. A lot of people have made reference to the case of Amnesty Togo versus Togo. And in that wise, the Columbia Global Freedom Prize was awarded to the court in 2022 for a significant ruling that upholds international standards and contribute to the defense of freedom of expression. And we are very proud to be able to be a recipient of that prize. The second another case that is also very fundamental is the case brought by Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project. It's called SERAP in short versus Nigeria. And this is about Twitter, which is now X. And in June 2021, X suspended the account of President Muhammadu Buhari, which was the former president of Nigeria, and removed his tweet which had warned that a repeat of the civil war can be occasioned by the activities of the insurgents in the southeastern part of Nigeria. That caused a content breach, according to X, and his tweet was removed. The government of Nigeria responded by banning Twitter from all over for users of Twitter all over Nigeria, and threw everybody into a silent disquiet for the lack of use of the Twitter. And the defense of Nigeria was that in any case, the ban of Twitter did not violate any human rights. And as such, there was no reason for the country to be held responsible for its violation. But reiterating its decision in Amnesty and Togo, the court ruled again that internet, and because Twitter is a choice of use of a lot of internet users for the advancement of human freedom, promotion of freedom of expression, that in itself must be protected because it's an enabler of the enjoyment of freedom of expression. So these two, and the court concluded that the Nigerian government haven't failed to justify the suspension was not done in accordance with the law, because if you must suspend, if there has to be a derogation of the right of freedom of expression, it must be provided for in law. And it was not provided for by law, and therefore that act was ruled to be in contravention of Article 9 that guarantees freedom of expression. These are few of the cases in which the ECOWAS has actually dwelt with, because there are a lot of other issues arising from internet ban when during elections in several countries, the court has had to take a decision on that. But I chose these very two cases to establish the fact that the ECOWAS court is in the forefront of a judicial pronouncement, if you just say judicial activism, because indeed, internet is not a right, but they're going to find that it is an enabler for the enjoyment of freedom of expression, and I dare say all other human rights related to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think it's really an excellent start to this panel to hear about the pioneering work of ECOWAS, in particular these two cases where internet shutdowns have effectively been challenged in the courts, because it's very, very difficult. So I'd like to now turn to Ms. Helena Jäderblom, the Justice and President of the Supreme Administrative Court of Sweden. And Mrs. Jäderblom has served as the president of the Court of Sweden, of the Supreme Administrative Court, since 2018. Before her current position, she served as a judge at the European Court of Human Rights and represented Sweden at the Council of Europe's Committee on Legal Cooperation. And so my question for you is, you're one of the first architects and one of the original architects of the Tromsø Convention. And the Tromsø Convention was the Council of Europe's convention on access to official documents. And this was a very, very important convention. Do you think now, on reflection, does this provide enough power from the ECHR and national courts to really strengthen access to information policies?
Not really. I'm sorry to say. I belong to those who, like Toby Mendel, started working on access to official information some 25 or 30 years ago in the mid-1990s, where there was a very positive surge, as has been described by several speakers after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and how Eastern and Central European states started to legislate on access to official documents and made a lot of other administrative law changes in their systems. And at the same time, work was also going on in some Western European countries and all over the world, really. We had the UK in 1998. We had Ireland roughly at this same, a little bit earlier. But things were really happening in Europe at that time. And the Council of Europe was keen on working on these issues. And there's a recommendation on access to official documents from 2002, which I think was very useful. There was a previous recommendation as well, which I think was useful for the legislation in some of these Eastern and Central European countries. And then it was decided to continue work by drawing up a binding instrument in the form of what turned out to be the Tromsø Convention. The Tromsø Convention was signed in 2009, but it only came into force a couple of years ago. It took a very, very long time for the Tromsø Convention to gain enough ratifications, namely 10 out of the now 46 member states of the Council of Europe. Up to date, there's 15 ratifications, and I'm very pleased to notice that as late as yesterday, Spain ratified the Tromsø Convention, which came as a great and very nice surprise. But apart from Spain, it's 4 out of the 5 Nordic countries, and then a collection of Central and Eastern European countries. So we don't have the typical Western European countries here to a large extent. This makes it a little bit odd, I think, the geographical spread of this, but not really a problem. So the convention is the first general binding international instrument focusing on specifically on the individual right to request and receive official documents. We have previously the Aarhus Convention on environmental issues, which contains rules on the right of access to information pertaining to the environment. But no other instrument focused on this right. Of course, we have Article 19 of the UN Covenant, which on freedom of information, which has been interpreted by, for instance, the Inter-American Court to be the right to it's not just a right to receive information from people who want to give it to you freely, but also right to request information, which is interesting. The European Court of Human Rights has as its task to interpret the European Convention on Human Rights, and we have the Article 10, the right of freedom of expression and freedom of information. And the court took for a very, very long time the principle that this did not entail a right of access to official documents. It said so again and again in case after case after case. And this is partly the reason why the Tromsø Convention was originally elaborated, because there was no such right under the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, we have had some changes in recent years, and particularly with Magyar Helsinki Bizottság. I'm not very good at pronouncing Hungarian, but it was a case against Hungary where the court laid down some new principles stating that the time had come, because of the general developments among the member states of the Council of Europe, the time had come to set out principles under Article 10 for access to official information or documents. In that case, it was about, not really very interesting. It was an organization who wanted information about who had been appointed as public defenders in criminal cases. A straightforward request for access, and there is legislation in Hungary. Now, what the European Court did, which I find a little bit paradoxically, because I like access to official documents, I apply the rules of the Swedish legislation every week in my own court, and I really, really do appreciate that we have that, which we had in my country. We've had it in my country since 1766, so it's almost genetic. But what I find problematic with the development by the European Court, they mean well, but they are setting out a principle under Article 10, which is directed to certain areas of society, namely journalists and NGOs, people who are working to get information out of authorities in a public interest way. And they also set up a criterion of having a sort of public interest in receiving the information. It might not turn out to be problematic in the end, but for me, this goes against what the Tromsø Convention is about. It goes against what all regulations on the domestic level in Europe are about, namely the individual citizens' right to receive information from the authorities. This is not a privilege for journalists or NGOs. It's something that pertains to everybody. So it's it's a little bit strange. And you wonder how the court sees how this will be carried out in practice on the national level. So I think that we have a little bit of a very well-meaning judgment, maybe going a little bit to the side. But the future will show how this is interpreted. As regards to the Tromsø Convention, there is the access to information group in Strasbourg, consisting of 10 experts from 10 out of the 11 original ratifying countries. I belong to that. I'm chairing that working group at the moment. And we are going to monitor. We are in the process of monitoring national legislation. And as regards that, I think the really good thing with the Tromsø Convention is that it's going to have this monitoring body. It's going to have a special monitoring body, which I hope in the future, after we've done the first basic rounds of evaluations and looked at the legislation and how it works in practice, we all know that there are fantastic laws out there, but they are not always applied in the same fantastic manner. But we are going to make sure that we reveal that in that case. So we are looking into that, we are monitoring, and hopefully in the future we will be able to pinpoint specific issues pertaining to this right and delve into that and make investigations into the various principles of the convention. So that is what I hope for the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for everyone is keeping to time very well. So I'll turn now to Ms. Blanca Ibarra, who's president of the National Institute for Transparency, Access to Information, and Personal Data Protection of Mexico. And Commissioner Blanca Ibarra she's also the head of the ICIC, the International Conference for Information Commissioners, and she's chair of the Global Privacy Assembly. She has more than 30 years of experience in the media, and she's occupied numerous managerial positions in press, radio, and television. I turn it over to you. Thank you.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Picking up then on the topic that's of interest to us as part of this panel, first I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with colleagues from all parts of the world today. But I think the topic that's we're reflecting on now and debating now relates to what's happening through the use of the internet and information, which is proactively posted on platforms. And I'd like to refer to a few aspects. This morning, we already spoke about the fact that 30% of the population doesn't have access to internet. But according to the latest reports, it seemed that 67% of the population worldwide, so more than 5 million people, 5.4, do not have access, which means that we are seeing what's happening across networks. We can see what's being published. We can see what's being published online. And I think that it's important to reiterate that the use of internet improves and reinforces the exercise of rights and freedoms. But not only that, also it can contribute to improving living conditions and the quality of life of the population. And it helps us exercise other rights. However, we do need to ensure that we start with the right approaches to ensure that the information is genuinely useful for people. And that's why we need to consider a number of different factors. We've already mentioned the matter of accessibility, of inclusion. We've talked about having sufficient coverage, and I would add a certain number of points to that, which I think are important, thinking about opportunities and also of truth. I think if we understand that today the internet helps us stay informed. We also need to understand that when it's used incorrectly, when platforms are used incorrectly, then we are contributing to what has already been said this morning. When that happens, it contributes to discrimination, to hate speech, etc. And I would say that thinking about the information that we have, and I'm going to mention a few different cases, a case of Mexico, for example, that has a national platform for transparency. In only 6 years, since 2016 up till 2022, the National Platform for Transparency has had 7,650 files that have been uploaded. 8,000 public institutions have uploaded information on there to make it available for people. And on top of that, through access to public information, in 1 year, between 2021 and 22, more than 1 million of requests for information were received from people. But there are other countries in Latin America also that have similar systems. As a platform in Argentina called Trámites a Distancia that registers information that's useful for the population of the country. In Chile, there's another platform for transparency, and Ecuador has one too, along the same lines. And there are different mechanisms also in different countries so that people can use the internet to obtain information or to express either concerns to governments or request information from governments. And so this, without a doubt, shows that the internet has made the right to knowledge more democratic, and social media have added to this, though, of course, we must underline that there are news pages, there are other platforms also, search engines that contribute to this. I'd also like to mention one of the international networks that we have, the International Conference of Information Commissioners. We have many people present from the organization here. And here we have a group for transparency also that has 39 members from different countries. Through it, we were able to identify that amongst the information that people most require and is most interesting to them is information relating to budgets and how budgets are spent, what is done with public money. Now, that is obviously of interest to people. People want to know what our authorities are doing with the budgets of our countries. Of course, there are different procedures and people want to know about how things need to be done or carried out. They want to know about public services and how the government manages things, the electronic access to services also. And then there's a lot of interest also in the performance of the institutions. But what happens if we consider the restrictions to internet that we've talked about today? In 2023, there will be a project from Access Now looking to identify or trace shutdowns. And in 5 months, there were 80 cases of shutdowns in countries, 21 different countries from across the different continents. And there we can see that restrictive measures on internet violate not only the effectiveness of our laws and policies, they also violate human rights. They get in the way of knowledge and they lead to the proliferation of disinformation or social polarization campaigns. Certain examples have been given already this afternoon. This ecosystem is seriously affected, which leads to the violation of electronic services, digitalization services that are being offered by authorities to try and help people access certain services or carry out certain procedures. And so what happens if these interruptions happen, these disruption happens? Of course, people are not able to exercise their rights and freedoms, but there's also a limitation to freedom of expression, to freedom of thought, to freedom of assembly also. And I think these shutdowns happen in contexts or environments of dictatorship, political repression and censorship, as well as violation of rights generally. And this is where we need to pay attention. thinking about elections coming up that have been spoken about in a number of different countries, it's normal that we might want to talk about the effect that these shutdowns could have on the different players, the different candidates, for example, and the communication that they might have with voters. There's also a challenge here to transparency of the electoral processes from the authorities that are meant to be dealing with the fairness of elections. It also stops voters having access to information generally. And this leads to there being perhaps greater indifference on the day of the election because people simply haven't had access to the necessary tools or the necessary information in order to be able to be sufficiently informed, and it weakens any trust in electoral processes. So these campaigns attempt to have an influence, of course, on voters and their behavior. And today I consider, just to conclude on my first contribution, that we have an important role to play as regulators. We need to monitor, we need to see which information is being spread, we need to ensure that this is assessed, we need to have our legal frameworks revised potentially, and we need to get civil society more mobilized in countries where there are improvements in certain places, but in other places there is greater indifference. And so this is a key moment for us to ensure that people have reliable and sufficient and accessible information given the electoral processes that we're going to see in the year coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you touched on a lot of themes that I hope we can return to, particularly elections during the questions and during the discussion with the table as a whole. So I'll turn now to Mr. Ricardo Paredes Manrique, who's the president of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in Costa Rica, and he's been in this position since 2022. Prior to his presidency, he held the position of the Minister of the Supreme Court of Justice in Uruguay and President of the Supreme Court there as well. And so the first question that I have for you is, what has been the involvement of the judiciary, the Inter-American Human Rights Court in your region in relation to access to information?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question. The court that I'm part of is a regional court, which has competencies over more than 20 countries in Latin America specifically, around 500 million people. And it applies a treaty or implements a treaty, our Inter-American Convention on Human Rights. And as part of that convention, Article 13 regulates the right to freedom of opinion and freedom of expression. In 1985, the court judged in a advisory opinion, which is one of its competencies, that a society that isn't sufficiently informed is not a free society, and that a society is not duly informed is not democratic in the extent that there cannot be democratic debate without the necessary information. And we move forward in time, 2006, the court decided, and you'll see how current this is, it's Claude Regis against Chile. This was Claude Regis versus Chile. Mr. Claude Regis was an engineer who was carrying out research into the industrialization of forest timber. And he said that there was excessive cutting down of forests. And of course, this was a case of corruption that was involved. For the research, he requested the necessary information from the state of Chile. The state of Chile said this was reserved information, classified information that could not be provided. The Inter-American Court, in giving this judgment in 2006, Our colleague from Sweden just talked about the European Court and when it addressed the matter of access to public information. But in 2006, when no international court had provided judgment on this, the court said that because the American Convention, freedom of expression and freedom of opinion are defined as the right to receive and request information, then the right to receive and request, like I said. So it includes the right to demand that the state provide information that is of public interest. And the exception was the rule, and that is the key principle. And as a result of that judgment, in 2006 in Latin America, there were 3 countries, according to the CEPAL report, which is a UN body, there were 3 countries that had laws on access to public information. In 2019, only 3 countries didn't have a law on access to public information. So that was the huge impact that that judgment had, that judgment from the Inter-American Court. Today, Latin America is going through a very specific situation. We've talked about democratic deterioration, the impact on rights and freedoms. And where there is that backsliding and there is that impact, I think that the 2 cornerstones of a democratic system are judicial independence and freedom of expression are being affected as a result of this process, or as a directly resulting from that process of the democratic backsliding. And so we hope that governments will respond, but what's happening is they're becoming more opaque. They're becoming more and more opaque. And in Brazil, the previous government, one thing that they did was to block access to public information. It was extremely difficult to have any access to any relevant public information. And Latin America today has a treaty, the Escazú Agreement, and that's linked to environmental matters. And that develops the matter of right to information, environmental area, access to justice when it comes to environmental matters, and the protection of people who are activists in the context of the environment, as it sees them as human rights defenders. And so my court had to decide recently on a case, Mariana Bray versus Chile. And here there's a direct link between freedom of expression and later responsibilities from a criminal perspective. This was a lawyer who dealt with matters relating to the exploitation of a native species. And he considered that there was corruption occurring, and he was saying a senator of the Republic was involved in the blockages to try to prevent the controls against the exploitation. So there was this case that was brought, and there was a prison sentence, which then actually wasn't completed. But then there was a decision that he couldn't access public positions, etc. And the court decided that Mr. Barahona was a human rights defender, environmental human rights defender, that he was exercising his freedom of expression, and that his freedom of expression couldn't be affected by a later responsibility based on defense of the honor of a public servant. That there needed to be other means rather than the criminal to sort out his reputation and his honor, i.e. that there couldn't be criminal responsibility when we're talking about a journalist and public interest discourse. I hope I'm being clear, says the speaker. If not, I can explain it a little bit further later. So we have a system whereby we work, where we get cases coming through with some delay. And so the matter of the internet hasn't come up as such, really, but we do have a case linked to this, which is around freedom of information, and that's the protection of personal data. The protection of personal data in the context of intelligence activities, etc. So that's something we're looking at currently. But I, if you can give me 2 minutes, would like to share some general reflections. Since this matter began of recognition, parallel to the real world, there's a virtual world. The question is, what rules do we apply to that new world, which is different to this world, and that we are really experimenting in, because technological advances are unstoppable and constantly moving ahead. And so I remember a first criterion was, okay, it's the same world in a way, and so therefore the same rules need to apply as in the real world. And I think that this whole matter, and I've listened very carefully to everything that's been said, and I've been understanding all sorts of different problems, but I think the great challenge that humanity has is to make effective the rule of law in the context of the virtual world. That is the big challenge that we face. And the issue that we have in the virtual world is that in the virtual world, the states aren't the only players. There are other big players. We had companies represented here. They're multinational companies, and that they have a power which is much greater often than that of the states. Because the amount of data that they have from us, that any of these companies have from us, is information that even the most sophisticated intelligence services don't have. That is their business. When we go to an airport and we need to connect to the internet, we're asked whether we accept or not that they use our data. And there we lose our rights completely. We lose our privacy completely there. And so what is the key here? Well, what can we do with the virtual world and the real? Who is the authority? Who's going to impose decisions in that virtual world? And I think there's a very interesting process and developments in countries which in an isolated way are starting to deal with this and are trying to address these huge corporate players. And I think there are real risks to our freedom here, from the shutdowns that we've talking about to the issue of public authorities responding to their nations. And when there is criticism online, then there's a shutdown because people don't want to hear criticism. And there we have a lack of access to information here. The President of the Republic doesn't want to be, or the Prime Minister doesn't want to be criticized. So there, what should I do? I'll shut down a citizen, and that's something that we certainly need to deal with. I want to conclude here with the following. I think I've been a judge for 30 years in my country, and then I've been the Inter-American Court as well. And I am convinced that the best guarantee for human rights are people, that each of us are aware of our rights and that we want to defend them. But I think the main guarantee for human rights in any country is the existence of a judiciary that is independent, that is healthy, and is able to act in line with standards. So I think that many of the problems that we have to be analyzed from this point of view and from the principles that we've always applied in the real world. But of course, with the starting point being that the virtual world has its particularities. And I'll just say one last thing, if I can. A piece of news. Our court is a court that sometimes is a little bit old-fashioned. But when you give a judgment, you force the state to publish in a national newspaper. And in the pages of that paper, you have to have the text of the ruling. And for a year now, we've been imposing on states that they have to put on social networks the official link to the judgment from the Inter-American Court. And this is giving us very good results because it's a way of reaching people, because this is how people seek information now, through the internet, through social media, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insightful comments. And I'm really grateful that you brought up this issue of inequality, particularly inequalities between companies and governments. And I hope it's something that we can return to again in the questions, because I think oftentimes it's overlooked and we haven't really discussed it here today during our discussion around internet shutdowns, and that's the failure of online content moderation and the ways in which companies, large companies like Meta or others treat countries in the global south, particularly around elections or during times of violent conflict, and the ways in which they respond to the concerns of richer countries very differently than those concerns of poorer countries, which are more peripheral to their markets. So I hope that that's a driving force of internet shutdowns that we can also explore a little bit during our questions and answers. So we have our final panelist, but definitely not least. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce Lucy Ndugu, who's the Information Commissioner from the Office of the Ombudsman of Kenya. And prior to her appointment as the Information Commissioner, she worked as the National Coordinator for Partnership for Peace and Security in Kenya. And she also worked with the UNDP and the African Union to support the development of regulatory frameworks in Eastern Africa. So, Ms. Ndugu, how can oversight institutions such as information commissioners or ombudsman offices play a role in safeguarding and promoting the right to access to information in the digital age?
Thank you, and I truly appreciate being present today. Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that I am seated here and making a presentation on behalf of my commission. We are the Ombudsman Kenya, and we implement the Access to Information Law, which is entrenched in our Constitution, Article 35, and it's operationalized by our Access to Information Act. This act specifically states that all records held by government must be released to the citizens as and when they are required. The same act states that information held by another person which affects the rights of others or fundamental freedoms must be released as and when it's required. And this mandate has given the Commission a lot of power to enhance access to information. As a Commission, we are very clear in our mind that digital age is a digital space, digital age is here with us, and we must embrace it. We must try and enhance it in our way of operation. And as a Commission, we have recognized the fact that internet is no longer a luxury, but a necessity, as it offers numerous opportunities for information access and has the potential to renew democratic practices, enhance transparency, accountability, and have responsive government in our case. This is the spirit of our Constitution, and that is why we have Article 35 on access to information. We also do recognize that there are challenges in so far as digital space is concerned. We have abuse of privacy rights on these digital platforms, but this can be addressed, and that has been conversed today. As a Commission, we have therefore made a deliberate action to promote and safeguard access to information in the digital space in the following ways. I will try and talk about Kenya. First and foremost, the Act itself did provide that all government agencies should computerize their record. We were supposed to computerize our records by 2019. This, obviously, the timeline was overtaken. We are still struggling with computerization of government records, and to us, this hinders access to information. We have seen departments like civil registration, departments like birth and deaths and marriages, Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Examination Council, and even the electoral body coming up with platforms whereby citizens can request for information, also interact with the institution, and get their right of access to information. But as a Commission, we have realized that we need to intervene. How do we intervene in this digital age? We have set an example by coming up with our own portal, which we call Complaints Management Information System, CMIS, which is a digital platform which allows the members of the public to lodge and monitor the progress of their complaints online. This, we are not saying it's perfect, but we are giving an example to other government institutions to computerize their records. We, as a commission, we also encourage the use of emails, physical calls on telephone, social media platform, website, and text messages when we are interacting with members of the public. This obviously has set an example out there whereby other government institutions have come to us to help them in setting up such portals. And just the other day, we did receive the ministry, many ministries coming to us to learn on this digital platform. At the same time, as a commission, we have realized that there are challenges in computerization. And I think it was discussed in the morning that we do not have standardized way of computerizing government records. What have we come up with? How do we address this? And as a commission, we did approach the current government, which is a digital government, and we have requested them to come up with a national ATI policy. And within that national ATI policy, the digitization of government records will be addressed, among other things. We have also realized that with computerization of government records, there are other people out there in the village who may be left out because they are not connected and they do not have internet connection, they do not have even electricity. How have we addressed that? As a government, they have come up with a program whereby they will set up hubs in the lowest level of our electoral unit, where the youth, the marginalized, the women may get into those hubs and get internet connection and get government responses in terms of getting services. At the same time, the commission has realized that our act is very progressive and has put under section 5 that all government institutions must continuously disclose information as and when they receive it. For example, they are supposed to have a functional and updated websites for efficiency and delivery of services. And within that mandate, they are also supposed to have open contracting, and all government contracts must be put in this website. As a commission, we realized that this was not being done. And what we have come up with is to issue them with serious circulars from the commission, insisting that they must proactively disclose information. We have also told them that we will monitor how the information is being progressively updated in their website. And this we were assisted by HIVOS East Africa to come up with a monitoring tool to improve on proactive disclosure. As a commission, we have also realized that if you progressively disclose information as and when is required, for example, during COVID time, access to information is enhanced. And together with that, we have realized that those institutions who proactively disclose information, we have seen a reduction in the flow of human being going to their offices. We have also seen a reduction in the corruption. We have also seen trust in this institution. And one of them where trust has been enhanced is the judiciary. The minute the judiciary automated its record, opened up their courts, and even doing online hearings, the community out there, they are now saying that our judiciary is with us and it is assisting us. As a commission, we have also realized that we have a duty to talk or to deal with the citizens out there. We cannot be telling government institutions, release information, proactively disclose this information without educating the public. We are educating the public using the digital platform, simply because we do not have funds to go all the way 300 kilometers, 500 kilometers to Madeira to educate the citizen. And what we have come up is we have developed information, education, communication materials. We have put them in our website. We have also trained trainer of trainers who can go out there and train them physically where we are not able to go as a commission. We have also come up with a website where they can interact with us with using this material. We have also come up with Huduma Mashinani, which is a program whereby our officers go out there using these materials to train the citizen at the grassroots level. For example, we have many slums, the Mathare slums. We also have the prisoners who are forgotten. We take this material to them. We may not meet them, but when we take these materials to them, they get informed. We also use webinars to train the far-fetched areas where we cannot reach. As a commission, we have also realized that it is very, very important to collaborate with other institutions and use their online platforms and also help them to come up with policies to enhance access to information. One of the ministry we have partnered with, obviously, is the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, whereby they have agreed to help us reach out to other government institutions on digitization of their records and the way they manage disclosure of information. Here, I'm talking of reactive disclosure. When people come to you and they want information, how do you deal with them? As a commission, we have encouraged institutions to come up with policies, to come up with guidelines, to come up with even a system whereby they disclose through their internet unlimited information which cannot be released. Because sometimes you take so long to tell them, 21 days to tell them that we cannot issue you with this information. But if there is a policy already in the website, already out there in the Twitter handle, telling them, by the way, we cannot issue this information because it is limited, this can help in enhancing the active disclosure within the government institution. At the same time, we do know that there is a challenge. We do not, especially on special interest groups, we do not have Braille, we do not have the deaf being addressed through the digital platform. We do not even have a way of addressing the illiterate who cannot read, who cannot write, yet they need to access information. In conclusion, because my time is up, we are asking the following from the government. First and foremost, we are requesting the government to prioritize digitization of government records to facilitate access to information. We are asking the government also to put measures to bridge the digital divide by reducing the cost of internet-enabled devices and services to the citizen. We are also asking the government to prioritize infrastructure, which was talked about yesterday, and connectivity within the rural areas. We are also asking the government to stimulate public awareness and understanding and acceptance of the internet connectivity and electronic transacting. We do know that our mobile platform on M-Pesa has worked very well, whereby you do not need electricity, you only need a mobile phone to transact and pay bills and or transfer money, and this has worked very well in our case. Finally, we are asking our government, if it is possible, to ensure that there is security of the digital platform. Thank you, and I'm sorry for taking.
Thank you so much. So I see our panel is really running out of time. We did start about 10 minutes late, but I just want to conclude by asking our panelists a slightly provocative question, since we're the last panel of the day. I think I can take that liberty. I don't know if they're expecting this question, but I'm wondering if you could just reflect on whether or not you think shutdowns can ever be justified. So we spoke a bit about inequalities between tech companies and states, the failures of online content moderation, and can they ever be done reasonably, and with what oversight, if they could be done reasonably? And here I'm thinking specifically about in context of widespread violent conflict or even genocide. where social media appears to be having a significant role. It could be Myanmar, it could be Ethiopia, for example. How do we think about this balance between the responsibility to protect and the rights around freedom of expression? And similarly, and I guess I'm sort of directing this a bit more at Lucy, is how do we think about it in the context of election interference? What is the role of the judiciary and information regulators in protecting the integrity of the elections while also dealing with this very, very real threat of massive disinformation campaigns, which seem only set to intensify and be exacerbated by AI? And we've seen, I think, throughout our discussions that tech companies are not keeping up with these challenges. Governments are not keeping up with these challenges. So what is the role of the judiciary in this space? How do you think about these balances? We saw the failure of not taking Radio Milikoline off the air. We've seen issues around the widespread use of radio historically during large-scale war and genocide. So is the internet different? Is social media different? How should we think about it and the balance between the responsibility to protect humans, life, as well as elections? Who would like to go first? Justice Atoki?
Yeah, it's really a tricky one for everyone, the government and all, and because each segment have their roles, their responsibilities, and their obligation. As a state that is a signatory to human rights instruments, you commit to protect, promote, and fulfill your obligations, including all the rights that have been guaranteed in that instrument. And top of that, in the context of violence, is the public safety and guarantee. Loss of life are occasioned when there's violence. And who takes responsibility for that when there's a violence? Who do we hold responsible for deaths that have occurred when there's a violence? It's the government. And so there is a need, one, to ensure that you do all that is possible to ensure that you do not breach your rights by allowing uncontrolled actions of non-state parties. And that's where the dynamics is. Meanwhile, there's also the guarantee for freedom of expression, which includes protest, non-violent protest, which includes right of assembly, right to express yourself in any manner that you think it's available, short of violence. So on the two divides, everybody needs to keep to their side. And we do know that there's a right to derogate from all rights. The only one you can't is freedom from torture. All other rights can be derogated from as long as it is in accordance with the law. So my opinion is that there will be a time when the government may be right to suppress or to interfere or shut down internet. There will be occasions when they are right. And that's where there's imminent danger of loss of life, and there's imminent danger of public safety that cannot be guaranteed again by the government, which is their main responsibility. And this will vary according to the circumstances that we find ourselves in. That would be my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes. Helena, did you? Yeah. Just, I think very briefly.
It's a very, very difficult question. I totally agree with Judge Dupe that under international law, yes, there is this balancing possibility. Yes, you can lay down legislation where you balance the protection of other people's rights against freedom of expression. So there is room for that. As regards my own country, we are currently struggling with freedom of expression situations, which have proved very to be a very threatening situation. The Quran burnings, you may have heard that in Sweden, it is not forbidden to burn religious materials. So people are using this right in a very provocative and distasteful way at the moment. It's happening again and again. And obviously the government is struggling with what to do because it appears that this is causing a public threat to a security, it's a security issue. So far they haven't done anything, but they are certainly looking into the question. And the national courts are also looking into the question. We have a case in my court dealing with the fact that somebody was actually prohibited from demonstrating in this way because the two previous demonstrations had led to uprisings. So the police stopped him and he's complained to my court, and we are currently dealing with that. And the criminal courts may soon have to deal with hate speech charges because people were burning a Quran outside a mosque when people were there praying, which is of course very offensive. So the Swedish courts are at this very moment probably facing these very, very difficult issues. But on the other hand, my country, if you look at my country, there's a prohibition of censorship. So the general rule is that you always deal with overstepping freedom of expression afterwards. You do something and then you're punished because it was hate speech or if it was incitement to violence, etc. But you do not censor people. So I think shutting down the internet would be very, very difficult if you adhere to that principle. Thank you.
Lucy, I think wanted to, the last comment from, is it okay, Marius? Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the Kenyan scenario where in 2007, we had post-election issue where we lost lives and internet was shut down. And there was a lot of huge uproar. But the minister then did justify that hate speech had been enhanced and hate speech was creating more hate speech within, especially certain communities. And because of that, we were caught up. Should he have shut down or should he have let it go on? And what did we learn as electoral officials or electoral people? We learned that it is so important to have proper planning of elections throughout. And you do not plan alone as an electoral body, or you plan with all other stakeholders, including the tech companies, including the media, including the citizens themselves through public participation. And since 2013, we have seen a minimum activities or insofar as violence is concerned, because our people are enlightened. Our people do know that it is not, it is important to prevent early than to get there. What have we learned also as a country is that sometimes guidelines, not laws, managerial guidelines do help, because we have the laws, but they are not implemented. And IBC, that is our electoral body, the media, to also protect the citizen from getting information which is not verified from the journalists. They were all censored, not by law, but through guidelines and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to conclude this panel. So we have our final remarks. So I would just, one intervention. Is it? Of course, yes. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think there's an earlier issue here. We need to decide what the internet is. Is it a newspaper? Is it a radio station? Is it a means of communication, a mass media? Do we need to apply the rules of censorship there? But it's much more than that. And I have serious doubts about this. whether there are exceptional circumstances that would really allow for a justification of the internet because of what it means to the population. It allows people to speak on the phone, it allows people to communicate, to send messages, etc. And in my position, I would say it would have to be extremely restrictive and in only very, very extraordinary situations. If I bring down the plane that's going to crash into the Twin Towers, etc. So what do you make? It's that kind of thing. It's that kind of dilemma. Do we want to save the lives of whom, etc.? But so I think it's a very complex dilemma. And I think we need to define the internet. It, for me, is not a means of communication. It is a way of communicating.
Thank you so much. So on that note, I'd just like to thank all of our panelists.
My team has kindly prepared the written speech for me, so I may as well read it. Because this morning they did the same, but they improvised, and they didn't like that, because they put some effort in preparing the script. So here it goes. I am delighted to convey the heartfelt appreciation of UNESCO for the successful conclusion of this important global celebration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information. I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to our main partners, the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights at the University of Oxford, and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Clearly, they have played a key role in hosting this event and also in organizing the logistics, but also the program and the discussions. I think we all agree that in today's digital world, the internet has emerged as a paramount medium for seeking and disseminating information. Therefore, if you are to truly champion universal access to information, it becomes imperative to ensure access to the internet. I think they made this point clear this morning. I said access to information does not equate access to the internet, but in today's digital world, having the digital connectivity does help a great deal in allowing people to access information. It is crucial to recognize that when governments restrict or shut down access to the internet, they not only limit people's fundamental rights, but also hinder their access to information and their participation in democratic processes. I said this morning that access to the internet is a human right that enables other human rights. Since the inception in 2017, the International Day for Universal Access to Information has served as a global platform for advocating access to information. Today, it is obvious that genuine access to information is intrinsically linked to access to the internet, as a substantial portion of public information is now available online. We have conveyed this message here in Oxford and in nearly 30 other countries around the world, where UNESCO organized celebrations for this International Day for Universal Access to Information. Throughout this conference, we engaged in extensive discussions encompassing various topics, such as the responsibility of authorities, the public sector, but also of the private sector and the technology companies, and the indispensable role of civil society in preventing and responding to internet shutdowns. We also examined the role of information commissioners and related entities tasked with implementing access to information legislation when the internet faces disruptions, shutdowns, or slowdowns. These entities clearly play a crucial role in addressing situations and ensuring the enforcement of access to information laws during full or partial digital disruptions. It is also clear that governments should consider the legitimacy, proportionality, and necessity of internet shutdowns or slowdowns before taking any such actions. I think, Madam, you are very eloquent in your interventions to mention some special extraordinary cases where internet shutdowns may be allowed or accepted. What sets this year apart is our ability to include judges among the advocates for access to information. Their increasingly important role in ensuring access to the internet and information cannot be overstated. An independent judiciary is essential for enabling victims and civil society to seek accountability for human rights violations caused by deliberate restrictions placed on people's ability to go online. The road ahead is paved with many challenges. We heard this morning some alarming statistics. Maybe it was a bit on the pessimistic side when we heard by next year, only 5% of countries around the world will enjoy full democracy. This is scary if it is true. And obviously this comment was made in the context of our brief discussion about the next super election year around the world and the 2.5 billion people are going to cast their ballot. We have an extensive journey ahead of us to ensure that connectivity translates into access to information and that an informed citizenry subsequently safeguards human rights in the digital era. Yet with a cohesive vision and with our collective determination, we can pave the way for a digital landscape that respects and upholds human rights while safeguarding universal access to information, and more than safeguarding, guaranteeing universal access to information. As we draw this conference to a close, I wish to extend my profound gratitude to our gracious host, dedicated partners, every attendee in this room, but also every attendee online, and each contributor to our discussions. Special acknowledgement goes to the tireless efforts of both the Bonavero Institute team, but also the UNESCO team for putting together such a wonderful program and enabling such rich exchange of information and ideas. Thank you all for being here, for transforming this conference into a beacon of hope and collaboration down the road. Together, we can move forward on the path towards an inclusive and safe and free digital space. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Tawfik, for those remarks, and thank you to all for coming today. I really want to just finish with three thoughts. The first is that it's pretty clear that around the room today, there's not any disagreement about the importance of access to information to serve a whole range of purposes, from supporting democracy to making other rights possible, to building free societies. So that's not where our disagreement lies. But secondly, there really is disagreement about how best in a society which is committed to freedom, promoting equality and democracy, we should try to regulate the process of the internet to ensure, firstly, as our colleague from Namibia reminded us, that everybody has access to it. And I was just looking down the range of countries that have below 70% or below 50%, there is still a large number. So in terms of giving people access to the internet, that is really an important part of the work we need to do. And how to ensure that, particularly in countries which are under-resourced, is a big question. Another area which I think is very challenging is just exactly how we manage the fact that an enormous amount of information on the internet is provided by very large corporations, which are multinational, beyond easy regulation by individual states, and at a time, frankly, when geopolitics makes it very unlikely that we're going to see a serious global attempt to deal with this. And that's a huge problem for all of us. And it's a problem that is going to require concerted effort in the years ahead. And then my third thought is that the only way we're really going to address that problem is indeed by concerted action, potentially outside of political engagement at the international level to produce a treaty and an institution. And we've really got the people here in the room who are committed to that kind of exercise. I think it's going to require not only actors, government actors, political actors, it's going to require judicial actors, it's going to require civil society, and I think it's also going to require scholars and academics to think about these problems. If we'd been meeting 40 years ago to talk about access to information, our agreement on the first point would probably not have been so clear. So we can move forward, and hopefully we will, in the years ahead, build a greater understanding of what we ought to be doing and then make sure that it gets done. And finally, on a personal note, I'd like to say what a pleasure it has been to work with the UNESCO team. Tawfik, it really has been a pleasure. We've been very fortunate on the Bonavero side to have the wonderful support of Dr. Christos Kaprias leading it from our side, but it's been a pleasure to work with UNESCO on this. It's also been a pleasure to work with FCDO and their team. So I'm hoping that in the roots of these, or in the basis of this collaboration, the seeds of future possibilities for addressing these really difficult problems lie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tawfik and Kate, for those remarks. I'll just make a few very brief reflections. Firstly, I want to say that when the UK decided to co-host this event with UNESCO in November last year, our view was that this was a fundamentally important issue because we passionately believe that we want to support an open international order whereby issues around stability, prosperity, development can be secured and realized, and we recognize that the free flow of information is at the heart of that, because we passionately believe that with that free flow of information, as we've learned today, many other issues can come to fruition, including the protection of rights, greater collaboration, greater prosperity, and accountability. In that regard, I feel very heartened to have witnessed the remarkable debates today, and in particular, the multidisciplinary approach that we have seen, bringing judges, information commissioners, practitioners, policymakers, lawyers, civil society, private sector, all together to reflect on the common understandings that we have, but also the common challenges that we have as well. In particular, I was struck by the comments around digital exclusion. Some of the discussions today might feel quite abstract to those individuals who aren't necessarily part of the online world. And therefore, there's a greater sense of impetus for us to take these issues forward. I can assure you that the UK is very passionate about this particular issue. We're currently chairs of the Task Force on Internet Shutdowns, part of the Freedom Online Coalition. So this discussion has provided us with a lot of food for thought insofar as what more we can be doing to assure not only genuine policy changes, but also tackling digital exclusion as well. Secondly, I want to thank all those who have been involved in ensuring this event can take place. As you can imagine, for many of you participants, this is a 8-hour vignette of your lives, but for many colleagues, in particular those at UNESCO, those at the Institute, but also those in the FCDO, they've been working tirelessly for a couple of months now to make sure this event can happen. So a big thank you to all of those. And finally, a big thank you to you, because you've traveled from afar. I don't want to go through all the list of the countries, but this is a genuinely global moment of opportunity for us. I'm really proud to see the plurality and diversity of voices we have today. And I know it takes a lot of time and effort for many of you to come here to Oxford. So thank you for that. And thank you for making today such a special moment for all of us.
Back to you, Marius. Yes, of course.
Floor, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for attending today's event. Indeed, it was a great conference, I think, and I hope you enjoyed it. Just a couple of announcements. First, if you can please return with a lot of care the headsets either to the table outside, or you can leave it also on that table after our panelists leave. And yes, now we have approximately 1 hour to refresh ourselves, and then there is a reception taking place at 6:30 outside here in the lower and upper atrium of the Bonavero Institute. And then at 7 o'clock, we have our formal dinner, gala dinner as we more fancily call it, at the same place where we had our lunch today. So that is the chapel of Mansfield College. And yes, there will be 3 pre-arranged spaces there. When you arrive, you'll see them. So there will be a table with name cards for certain people. Then there is another reserved space for our judges and justices joining today's event and tomorrow's judicial symposium. And then the rest of you, you can pick your name cards from a table that will be just after you enter the chapel. And then you can sit next to whoever you want to continue the discussions, to network and, hopefully, foster further collaborations. Thank you all very much again. And yeah, see you in like 40 minutes or 50. Yeah.